Good evening and welcome to our Tuesday Baalt Town Council meeting. Today is October 8th, and we're going to start off with a work session with the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition and take a quick break, and then we'll start the regular meeting at 6. So without further ado, let's start with our work session with Betsy Crum. So come on up to the table.
Okay, thank you. Ooh, that's loud. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Betsy Crum. I am the housing director for the town of Snowmass Village, but I'm here tonight in my capacity as the president of the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. I'm also a Baalt resident, for what it's worth. I live on Hillcrest Drive. And I love living here. So the reason, I know we have a memo that was written by our executive director, April Long, who was unable to make it tonight. So I'm kind of pinch hitting for her, but just wanted to really just describe to you about the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, which I'm sure you've heard of and you know of, and you have representatives here on your board and on your staff that represent the town on the coalition board. But I thought it might be helpful for people who haven't heard about us for a while to just describe a little bit about us and our program. Maybe we could go to the next one. I'm not sure how to.
Oh, yeah, James.
I'm going to do a click. click. So the West Mountain, our mission is to really take a regional approach to addressing the housing need and housing solutions here in. It's actually, we started as the Roaring Fork Valley, but we actually are willing to cover a bigger territory than that as well, although our membership right now is our entities in the Roaring Fork Valley. But we are also willing to serve the Colorado River Valley, even as far as Parachute, let's say, into Dot Zero, and looking at those communities, because more and more we're seeing our workforce coming from those areas. So the issue of affordability is really stretched out to there. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, which is a little bit different. We kind of take on a lot of the mission of what in other areas would be a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. We decided for a variety of reasons that we have housing authorities, but we didn't have a nonprofit that served the whole region, and so that's how we established ourselves. Just to give you a little background of how we came to be, it was probably before 2017, but I came to the Valley in 2018, so the earliest I know is in 2017. A lot of the municipalities and the housing entities in the Roaring Fork Valley started to talk to one another about the housing need, the growing housing crisis, really, as it's become. And the municipalities and every one of the towns sort of had a representative in this group that mainly came together to talk about the need and to talk about how we might address it. One of the first things they decided to do was to do a housing needs assessment to really pinpoint the need, because even though we kind of know intuitively, and we know based on our experience that housing is an issue, we really wanted to pinpoint how big an issue and for whom and where in the valley. So out of that initial group, there was a little bit of funding, and what came out of it was the Greater Roaring Fork Regional Housing Study, which identified about a 3,300 unit shortfall in the valley of housing affordable, not only to people of low and moderate income, but to people of middle and even upper middle income. It was sort of becoming obvious that people who made even $200,000, who made 200% of area median income still couldn't find housing. Then we got hit with the pandemic. I guess you guys remember that. And a lot of things changed during that period, not the least of which was the housing market here in the valley. A lot of second homeowners who maybe had made their other second homes available to the workforce at least part of the year moved here. They just decided to kind of up and move. And at the same time, people who were fleeing the cities or wanted to get somewhere else were buying up housing here as well. And so what happened during that period was the already difficult housing problem became acute. And the market doubled and tripled, and in a very short space of time. So there was an effort up at Pickens County, got a grant called to do a resiliency and recovery roadmap. It had 3 or 4 areas of focus, one of which was housing. And what we did is, coming out of the pandemic, said, we really need to start to do something. We can't just fight about whether APCHA is enough or whether, what happens in Glenwood Springs has nothing to do with what happens in Aspen. It's, this is a more acute problem than that. So then we decided to take what then was called the Roaring Fork Regional Housing Coalition. We renamed it the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, in the thought that we could attract people to along the Colorado River Valley, formed a 501c3 profit, and that's kind of how we got to where we are. This is just a quick slide to show. I just thought this was interesting. I know data can be super boring, but this shows you what's happened over the last almost 10 years here, not just in the valley, but also along the Colorado River Valley, and why we're seeing more and more people who have been pushed to rifle and parachute in those kind of communities to afford housing are even not able to afford housing there quite so much anymore. There was an article I saw, wasn't it? It was passed around to our group that, like, Carbondale has had some of the highest rates of growth, but Rifle was right up there, and Silt or Glenwood. So what's happened is, our workforce, let's say our Baalt workforce, can't afford to live here. They might have previously gone to Carbondale or Glenwood Springs, then they've started going out along the Colorado River Valley. But you can see that even in 2022, the median sale price of a home, only 37% of people who make a median wage could afford that. So, and Aspen has Pickens County Roaring Fork Valley has gotten worse, but it was always bad, right? Which you can kind of see there. So the Housing Coalition, the 501c3, is a membership organization, and we're made up of public and quasi-public entities up to this point. That's kind of how we've limited ourselves. The initial members were Glenwood, Carbondale, Baalt, Snowmass Village, Aspen, Eagle County, and Pickens County. Fairly soon after we formed, Colorado Mountain College joined us, and then in the last year, the Roaring Fork RAFTA has joined our coalition as well. And the price of membership is about we each pay about $20,000 a year. I think we each pay exactly $20,000 a year. And with that, we have a director, and we can function as a nonprofit. So that's sort of our operating fund. Some of what we've done, the seed capital I just mentioned to get us going, to stand up the nonprofit. We also got a couple of grants, one from DOLA to do some strategic planning, some of the things you do at the beginning because you don't quite know what you want to be and what you don't want to be. We got a large grant called IHOP to catalog what was going on in the valley, update some of our data, see what kind of housing is in the pipeline, look at things like our codes and what some opportunities were, land that might be available, and then additional money from this roadmap has kind of kept us going. In addition to our strategic plan, we've developed a housing toolkit to kind of show us what kind of programs we might be able to develop. We have data and a land inventory I mentioned, looking at the land use, and what I'm going to talk about tonight is to help us to structure our Good Deeds program, which is our first program. What drives us? So one of the things we decided in our strategic plan is we didn't want to be developers, because each of our communities is doing development. I'm doing it in Snowmass, you're doing it here, Michelle's doing it here. We wanted to do something that we call development neutral, which meant that ways to create more affordability without creating more development, without more housing units, and to be in that area. We also have information and advocacy type policies, but what we decided was to focus on three different development neutral strategies. One that could benefit people who wanted to buy a home, one that could benefit renters, and one that might benefit existing homeowners. The first program that we developed is what we call our Good Deeds program, which is to help people purchase a home in the Roaring Fork Valley, or in our region, our catchment area. We do still plan to do a rental assistance program for renters that might do like security deposit, first and last month kind of funding. We hope to do a program that might finance ADUs for affordable housing, accessory dwelling units in communities that have that capability to do accessory dwelling units. Those are kind of pushed to the future because we really are focusing our somewhat limited energy on good deeds. So just to kind of set the stage, Garfield County median sale price, this is recent data, is about $885,000. That's median, half or above, half or below. Pickens County is hardly even, it just blows your mind in a way, but which includes the Eagle portion of Pickens County. We took out from that the part of the, what do you call them? Fractionals, thank you. We took out the fractionals to really get a real median, and that's what we're seeing out there. And then on the right, just to show you what would be generally, these are general numbers with general assumptions, affordable to a household making $100,000 a year, $200,000 or $300,000 a year. So if you're lucky enough to be a couple, both making about $150,000 a year, you could probably start to afford the median price in Garfield County. But that's not really helping our valley much. And anyone who drives on 82 knows where people are coming from, including myself. So the Good Deeds program the concept was to bridge the gap between what's available out there on the market and what's affordable to the people who are working in our valley. I just thought that was a cute slide, so I didn't put too much on it. The Good Deeds program, the concept is to convert free market homes into affordable homes by purchasing a permanent deed restriction. And the way we do that is to provide 30% of the purchase price of a home at the closing. So the cost to the homeowner is 70% of the ask, and we provide the other 30% in exchange for that grant, if you will. It's not really a grant, we call it a purchase of a deed restriction. In exchange for that, we get a permanent deed restriction. So it converts a free market unit to a deed restricted unit. The qualifications for someone to use this program, it needs to be their primary residence, no short-term rental, no long-term rental, really. It needs to be their home. They need to work for a local employer that serves the local population. So they can't, let's say, work from home and sell, skateboards in California kind of deal. This is really for people who work in our valley, for businesses that serve our valley. They can't own any other residential property, and we limit appreciation to simple 3% per year, but we do allow them to recoup the value of capital improvements. The maximums that we go to, and I know these are shocking, but it's kind of the only way to make it work, is if you live in Pickens County and then the Eagle County portion of Baalt, the maximum would be $1.5 million. Garfield County through Glenwood Springs is 1.2, and then the remainder of Garfield County at 800,000. So we'll provide up to 30% of that. Just to show you the funding sources, and these are for the most part from general fund sources in these communities with, I think Pickens County's was ARPA funding. That's how much has been pledged to this effort to sort of, I can only call it a pilot because it's not, and I will say before I say that, before we went to communities, we went to the state in 3 different state financing programs to try to get DOLA, they have a lot of money for housing, would you fund this? And they didn't have any box that it fit into neatly. It's real estate, and they wanted to take a mortgage on it, but that wasn't what we were trying to do. We were trying to create permanent deed restricted homes. And they're like, well, we'll give people down payment assistance, but again, that doesn't reduce the cost of the housing permanently. So, we have a total to date of about $2 million raised for this program. We have we have closed. We have closed on our first home like two weeks ago, a week and a half ago maybe, which is really exciting. And we've got 4 other homes that are currently under contract that do meet those criteria. Another 5 homes are qualified and waiting behind those 5. They're shopping for housing. They don't have a contract yet. But we've gotten more than 100 applications requested from us. Obviously, we won't have enough to serve all those folks. But just to highlight to you, so of the $2 million allocated, 504 remains. So that's the one we closed plus the 5 that are already qualified that have contracts. So that's what's remaining for the balance at this point. Just to give you just some, I thought this was really interesting. We're like, well, tell me about these people. It's such a small number. We can kind of know them in a way. And so the one who's closed is a single mom, 2 children. She's a nurse at Valley View Hospital. She purchased from a retired school teacher. And one of the interesting parts of that story is that the asking price was above our limits, but she reduced the price so that the woman could qualify. It was awesome. And the other buyer who is maybe closing this week or next is a vice principal at a local elementary school, had been driving 45 minutes each way for work. Now she'll be able to ride her bike to work. Just kind of a nice story. Just to highlight some of the other folks: landscapers, social worker, municipal employees, nonprofit employee, an HVAC guy, a dean at CMC, even somebody who's a server at a restaurant, and a bike mechanic. These are the people who are, we're trying to house, in my program anyway, in Snowmass, we try to house every day. These are the folks who, no matter what their income is, can't afford to buy anything anywhere close to their home. So that's kind of what our pipeline looks like. That's what the program looks like. I know there's a memorandum to you all, just more or less talking about these same things, but I'm happy to questions, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Betsy.
Sure.
Questions or comments do you have?
I might just make a comment on the budget going into 2025. As council's aware, we presented the budget just initially, and the town did set aside some funding, and it doesn't exactly fit in the box that is the Good Deeds program, as it does have some restriction on it. So it comes from our bond funds, which, when that language was created to take it to the ballot, it did require expenditures to be made in Baalt. Of course, we didn't know that this program was coming, and the coalition was very much a concept at that time. So at any rate, while I guess you won't officially accept it as the coalition at the moment, we did set aside in the 2025 budget $100,000 so that if you do get an applicant that is from Baalt, we would be able to help support the program in that way.
That's great.
Yeah, and I think, being that, you and I spoke earlier, that, I think the coalition will continue to grow its programming and have more opportunities, with Pitkin County asking a housing question. We have a directive, or direction from this council to look for funding source for housing. So I think we're all in on supporting the coalition. Our challenge is taking money from the general fund, which is our operations fund. We still need to provide the services to the community that we do, and some of the money set aside, we have some capital improvements that we need to make on our own. So I think it's also important to mention, just so the coalition, I'm sure they're well aware, but I kind of see the coalition and what the town and the other communities are doing as sort of a hand-in-hand effort. We all kind of have our own paths, and the town was able to just put down money on purchasing 6 new units that
great.
will be put into workforce housing. So, I think while there may not be direct participation in this at the moment, again, we've got money set aside, and we continue to, support the workforce and our regional partners in that way. So I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yeah, and I want you to know that we look at it kind of the same way, is that it's partly why we look at these development neutral strategies, or think about ways that our coalition we want to all create more housing. We don't want to be just kind of a think tank or a data drop or anything. Our real goal is to get more housing out there in other ways. But sometimes we can do things that municipalities can't because we're a nonprofit, and we can have access to funds that wouldn't necessarily come through. We are committed, and this was a long, difficult conversation, and in some ways we fell apart over this issue before the pandemic and then came back together, as we're committed to a regional approach. Because I think and I do get it. I mean, I work for municipality, and I get why we want to take care of our own first, but we also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're not coming from a position that we want to take care of our own first, but go ahead and finish.
Well, that we want to, and sometimes the funding is limited that way too. We want to make sure we have to make our priorities too. But the Valley does function as a regional economy, and then a person who works and lives in Basalt today may next week live in Basalt but work in Carbondale or in Glenwood or something. So I think one of the struggles that we've seen a lot with employer assisted housing is that the housing is tied to the job. So if the job is lost, you lose everything. And so we were also really committed to making sure that there was some flexibility in there, just to mention. But
yeah. So I mean, we recognize that what you guys are doing is a key component to the overall suite of solutions to the crisis that we're not doing. Like, we're never going to have a point of sale program for deed restricting and doing that. Like, we're going to do something that's more midstream. Somebody wants to do that after they've already purchased the home. So I mean, I think everybody here is 100% behind that, and we're behind the regional solution as well. Like, don't get me wrong, we have to do, like Ryan says, take care of services and things here.
Sure.
But the only reason we can't use the funds we have is because they weren't set up that way, not because we wanted to just only spend money on housing here in Basalt, but that just wasn't contemplated at the time that we were going to do something with you guys. If we could go back and do it, absolutely, we would carve that money out. But I just want to make sure you
that's
and
good.
your
I
board
think
are
I was
clear that,
projecting on my day job.
a regional solution. Like, we're not trying.
That's great.
And I think that could be dangerous if everybody's like, well, this is mine and we're just going to do it here. We're never going to tackle the problem if we don't think regionally. We get that.
That's almost the discussion we had after the pandemic, because before it was like, well, why can't, I'll just do my town and and everyone can do their own thing. And when the pandemic happened, it's like, we can't, that's just not going to work anymore. So we're really excited about our potential. We're really hopeful that we'll continue to grow. This was a pilot, as I said to you, Ryan, earlier today, because we really needed to see if what is the guy in what is Colin called, proof of
Concept.
Proof of concept. Thank you. Yeah, whether what we think can work really could. And so, with our first closing and with this pipeline, I think we're really it's really helpful. And so. We look forward to continuing your, Elise was great, and Michelle and Angel, yeah, I got it, is also great, and just jumped right in. And one of the nice things is everyone who's ever been on this board also embraces that idea of all for one for all kind of regionalism. So it's been good. It's been a good group.
Thanks for your work and the board's work and April's work in doing this. And
Yeah. Housing
David
is-
Myler for all
David
those folks.
stood it up,
Yeah.
and who was the other guy? I can't remember, but he was the one, it was really his concept, David Myler, initially, to bring us all together and to start to talk about this, and he has big, big vision. You know David?
Bill Lamont.
Yeah,
Bill
yeah,
Lamont,
that's right.
thank you. And Bill has since passed, but we think he's smiling down on the fact that we're really doing this.
All those people you guys had on the slide there, like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
that's important.
yep, it's I was at the chamber, I did a quick presentation, part of a panel at the chamber on last week, and one of the things that I wanted to say is we can't, we can no more afford to just do some building and do some financing. We sort of have to do everything. And I think it's really great to hear you talk about it that way too. It's, if we're gonna really people say you can't build your way out of the problem. Well, you have to build somewhat. You can't not build it, but you also have to do kind of everything else that you can do, because the market here just doesn't work like other markets. It's not a supply and demand situation. There's unlimited demand. So we're all working inside that kind of an economic, where no one who has to work for a living can really afford to live here. It's kind of crazy.
There are some things about here that are very unique. It's
Yes.
a unique set of constraints. There's probably a lack of housing supply in the whole world, but there's a lot of other layers I think people need to understand here that also factor in.
For sure. The seasonal nature, the unlimited demand, the change of the second home market, which is about a third of, at least of the Up Valley homes are vacant at any given time. Just a lot of unusual stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, one other quick one. Over the decades that we've been talking about this, the farming out of our labor force too, that had to be transported from Parachute, the upper Roaring Fork Valley. That seems to be reversing. And, I think this is a great program, all in. Been watching it for a while. I think that there's a lot of threads that connect to this too. But to your point about the economy, I think it is changing. I think that the core resort, and one of the things that I'm seeing Pickett County lead by example here a little bit, is their $8.6 million bond question is, as far as I understand it, that funding can come into municipalities and counties that aren't Pitkin County.
That aren't part of Pitkin.
And I think that's a big step, because they are limited by their shared values into how much density they're going to accept
That's
in their
true.
existing neighborhoods. And over the last couple of years, working with their growth management group, they're looking at nodes on the transit corridor and things like that to develop, but it's really difficult because they don't have the infrastructure extended out there that can
Exactly.
support any expansion. So the natural thing that's going to happen is that the demand will still come from there to build down
Further
valley
down
and further
valley.
down valley. So we've got to look at that balanced workforce thing too, at the same time as you're looking at the economy.
Well, and you need,
Getting to a point where I get nervous about the expansion of things in the upper end of the valley, whether it's airport, lumberyard housing, Castle Creek Bridge, all the other issues we're faced with, events. Those are big things. We're looking at more of that at the Buttermilk venue. So I just think at some point, there's going to have to be a discussion with all of us about, okay, where is the capacity and what's the limit of our capacities? Down the Newcastle Silt Parachute Corridor has a lot of capacity and also a lot of opportunity to create their own economy. So
well, and I think
that's a big
that's
challenge.
right. Yeah, one of the things I worry about is when, Wendy's in Glenwood Springs starts paying their staff $25 an hour, there's no reason to drive up. A lot of what brought people from a workforce standpoint up here is the pay. And as that economy grows down there, it will start to shift. Everything changes, right, all the time in some ways. And the push and pull between growth and infrastructure, which housing is part of the infrastructure too, is kind of a constant push and pull. I can only talk about housing. That's really where my
I'll connect.
world is, but and nothing goes without transportation and housing. It's kind of it's sort of the underlying infrastructure above the sewers and the water, but kind of it's the next thing you got to think about.
Chamber meeting was interesting because they talked about the out migration too. It's the reverse of the migration that happened during COVID. And one group we looked at, 75 people, 25 of them are working from out of state, which is interesting. Local firms been around since the 60s, and some of these jobs are transferable. They're not necessarily having to hire for their Colorado office. They can hire someone in Tennessee or Maryland or Michigan or wherever. And that was a big data point that the Mesa University guys brought.
That guy was interesting, wasn't he? And I think the biggest change to our economy, and all of this has been the ability for people to work remotely. I think is maybe the single biggest change that we've had to struggle with, because that means that anyone can live anywhere. Anyway, that's it. That's just philosophical, I guess.
Thanks, Betsy. It's great to see this
Yeah, thank you.
program take off and talk to a few of the people who.
Please get closer to microphones.
Thank you. It's great to see the program take off and to see the folks on that list and
Yeah.
talk to a few of them.
Oh, good.
It's been really exciting, and I think it also, answers kind of another tool in our toolbox that we can have to tackle housing in a development neutral way, which is great.
Thanks.
Thanks, Betsy.
That's it. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Betsy.
Sure.
All right, so we are going to take a short break and be back just right at 6. So thanks, and we'll see you then. Good evening and welcome back. We had a work session earlier, so sorry we're running late, but this is the regular meeting of the Baalt Town Council on Tuesday, October 8th. And just a reminder before we get started, if you want to join in an interactive way on Zoom so you can make comments and things like that, go to basalt.net, go to the Agenda and Minutes tab, find the October 8th meeting packet, and there you'll find a Zoom link so you can join that way. And with that, I will ask our town clerk to please call the roll.
Happily, sir. All right, let us begin with Dieter Schindler.
Present.
Angela Anderson.
Here.
Rick Stevens.
Here.
Hannah Berman.
Here.
Angel Dupre-Bouchard.
Here.
Ryan Slack.
Here.
And David Knight.
Here.
The A team is present, sir.
All right, well, next up is our consent agenda, and if there's anything anybody wants to remove and discuss separately, let me know. But first up, we have the minutes, item 2A from September 24th, 2024. We have item 2B, a continued public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 11, series of 2024 to October 22nd, 2024. And this is an ordinance of the Town Council of Baalt, Colorado, approving a minor subdivision, slope review, community housing review, and site plan review to subdivide 168 Original Road into 2 lots and for the construction of a new single-family residence, Baalt, Colorado. Item 2C is resolution number 40, series of 2024, resolution of the Town Council of Baalt, Colorado, approving an agreement with Snowway for snow and ice removal and related services for Midland Avenue. And then 2D is resolution number 43, series of 2024, resolution of the Town Council of Baalt, Colorado, approving an agreement with Snowway for snow and ice removal and related services for Willits. So I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next up, we have our call to the public, and just a reminder, if we have a public hearing on anything else later, which we do have some public hearings, I would just ask you to save those comments for those specific public hearings, so you can be on the record for those. Also, make sure you sign in the back of the room, and when you're up at the podium, state your name and address. Keep your comments to 3 minutes, and address your comments to me. Identify yourself by name and address when making comments, which I said a moment ago. Make sure you're courteous, civil, and constructive, and we will make no decision or take action except to direct the town manager. So with that, I will open up the call to the public, and if you'd like to come up and speak on any items not on the agenda tonight for public hearing, please do so. Seeing no one in the room, and it looks like no one online. Is that correct, Pam?
I believe that's correct.
All right.
Nope, I don't see anybody else in here.
All right, so I will go ahead and move on then to item 4, mayor and council reports and comments.
I'd just like to update the Rudai boat inspection program. They found 3 boats with mussels this year. They don't count how many boats they decontaminate, but they have decontaminated a lot of boats. So the program is working and protecting the waters above our town. Thank you guys for continuing to support.
Thanks. On Wednesday, I went to the Conservancy, and they had, if you've been inside the conference room there on the ground floor, there's an aquarium with, instead of a heater, it has a chiller, and that's where they've been raising trout for the last year. They call them I think the Halloween brood. I think that's what you would call it, yeah. And so they had those fish, and with Trout Unlimited, and Aspen Public Radio was there, and I think, yeah, Aspen Times was there as well, took some pictures, but check it out. It's pretty cool. They, the whole process, releasing them into the river and everything. So these trout, the eggs, I think, came from an elementary school in the Front Range, and they ended up with about 8, I believe, in the tank, and now they're in the river. So pretty cool, and it was a really neat educational thing for the kids to check out over time, watching the fish grow from, was it fry to, I don't know all the stages, but, you know, to fish that go in the river. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd just like to take
all the people that participated last Sunday and prior to last Sunday, getting the tournament off the ground at Crown Mountain, the Aspen Fall Lacrosse Club tournament. And, it struck me just thinking about it. It takes a village, and there was Eagle County, Rebecca's crew at Crown Mountain, the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, the Town of Basalt, Telluride, Durango, Grand Junction, Steamboat, Vale, tons of people. The population of kindergarten to third grade was impressive out there. And of course, they come with more utility vehicles and wagons and tents, and it looked like, the people were moving west or something. Incredible. And it was noisy, and it was a lot of fun. Nobody got seriously hurt. And I think we only had one complaint on a lack of a handicapped bathroom. So we made it through the weekend basically unscathed, and thanks to everybody that participated, coaches, parents, moms, dads, the whole works. It was fun. About 4,000 people, maybe more.
Great event. Anyone
Nice
else?
day, too. It was a very nice day.
Yeah, the weather last weekend was amazing.
Tomorrow is National Walk and Bike and Roll to School Day, and Basalt Elementary is going to be participating. Just like last year, we'll have a station at Army Park for kids who live, too far away to bike or walk. Parents can drop their kids off at Albany, and they can all go together. There'll be another station at the main entrance, and then also this year we will have another table for the kids to pick up their goodies and stickers over by the 7-Eleven, so we can celebrate the colorful new walkway. So everyone's really excited.
That's good. Right. Ryan, manager's report?
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. The first is David and I attended and Rick was there too, the chamber annual meeting. Oh, you were there? I didn't see you. So a lot of us were there. But that turned out to be a really interesting meeting, and I think the highlight for me was hearing a little bit about the economics that influence our area as well as the Western Slope from a professor that teaches at Colorado Mesa. So I thought that was great. And then David did the State of the Town, which was great, and heard about the progress we made here with the town. So there was that. And then the second piece was last Monday evening. We did that fire mitigation meeting that we presented to the community. We probably had about 20 attendees or so, pretty much all interested neighbors, and some good feedback, and I think everybody in the room seemed supportive of those efforts. So I think we'll be good to forge ahead on that.
Great. Thanks for that. All right, so moving on to presentations, item 6A, Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, and we have John Stavney online. So John, welcome.
Hey, thank you. Mayor Knight. Can you guys hear me well enough?
Excuse me, volume's a little low. We can hear you, but give us.
Is that any better?
No, I think it might be on our end. It's
It's on our end.
See that lower chord? Yeah, keep going. One more.
All right. Check.
There you go.
That's it.
Okay.
all right. We can hear you,
Pam will
John.
get us worked out, I'm sure.
I think you're good to go, John.
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. I've lost sight of you guys because I'm seeing myself in the presentation like to infinity in the corner here. But hey, thank you for taking the time in a really, really busy time of year. I recognize that and respect that. Budget season. I would be over there tonight, except we had our directors meeting today, and just our finance director was up until 2 o'clock last night, sort of putting some finishing polish on our draft budget. So I know what that's like. And I'm looking at those of you out there, and I just looked over your website, and man, Ryan, I can't believe it was just summer of 2022 that I did a retreat with your council. And how many of you were at that? Maybe Dieter? I'm trying to remember. That was like 2 years ago.
Angela, you were there too.
Yeah.
So
I think four of
Yeah.
us, four of us were
Oh,
there.
4 of you. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, Angela. Well, maybe my memory is short. So, or you guys look so much better now than you did then. So,
Thank you.
I'm hoping that you guys have continued with your values. I was just looking over the strategic focus areas and whatnot. You guys did a really nice job, I thought, with that setup, and I really enjoyed doing that facilitation, or really helping Ryan with his facilitation of that. And that was a free service we do. A little bit about me, maybe first, before Northwest COG. I guess I'll give a little introduction, then ask if there's anything specific. But I want to kind of walk through our programs. I see you know, scheduled 20 minutes. Hopefully, we won't take all of that unless you want it. But I really appreciate the involvement of Rick and Sarah. I don't know if Sarah Nadalny is in the room there, but she has been a real regular at COG. And if you want to know sort of what we talk about and you know, what sort of camaraderie we have in the room, she'd be a good one to ask about that. She's been a good contributor. She is a little on the quiet side, but we love having her, and she's sharp as a tack. You know, I have been involved in a variety of different ways with public service, and that started in 1998 when I was elected to the Town Council, and I was on the council for 10 years, including the last 4 as mayor. So I've experienced, you know, really in a similar size place as you, a little larger probably now, Eagle than Baalt. You guys are a little constrained. I haven't looked at the populations lately, but and then I have, maybe notoriously for some of you, was a county commissioner 2 terms in Eagle County, and you know, made a point of getting over to the Mid-Valley. I was the one who made sure that we had our hearings over there instead of making y'all go drive over to the town of Eagle for public hearings. And you know, I have a real heart for Baalt specifically, but you know, that corner of Eagle County, from walking it as a candidate this time of year, it's just so beautiful, and yet it's, you know, it's sort of interesting. Your kind of historic neighborhoods right there behind the historic town, and then I think you're split between Eagle and Pitkin counties as you move. I guess it would be south from there, right towards the elementary school and back in there, and you have some interesting connections to the highway. I know it's probably a good thing you're not right in the middle of the Highway 82, but and then the barbell of you guys out, you know, Willits and all that. So most of the folks I heard from when I was a county commissioner were from that end of Baalt or El Jebel. But I just want to tell you I have a place in my heart for that. We went over there a number of times, and you guys have been involved, I think indirectly mainly. Ryan, you can correct me, with broadband. There were a lot of preliminary meetings about Pitkin County, how they get involved. They're going to do a wireless thing across the county, and I think since then they have received a grant from DOLA and are continuing to move forward with the Pitkin County Roaring Fork broadband program. I believe you guys, your area at least, is served by Project Thor. We serve a Meet Me Center Point in Aspen, but are also working on them up in Snowmass Village and of course Glenwood Springs. And Ryan, do you have any corrections on my broadband?
No, I think
comments there?
you mostly hit it, and you know, Pitkin County and the town of Baalt and Snowmass Village went in on that grant, so we were a party to that and have been participating in the, you know, laying down of conduit mainly, and then starting to get some of that lit up now, and I think
Yeah.
they're using some backhaul on Project Thor, if I'm not mistaken.
That's my understanding, and we're also collaborating with Holy Cross Energy that is actually helping. I know from the big fire that was over there, which seems like forever ago. I guess maybe it doesn't to you guys, but you know, there was just one, as I understood it, one strand of power, and the potential of all communications being knocked out. You know, from Lake Christine Point all the way up into the Upper Valley. So hopefully we would helped out with some redundancy for that. I'm going to start, before I sort of share screen and talk a little bit more in depth about our programs, I want to stop and see if there's, you know, level set. Is there anything specific you guys want to talk about or have me cover, or questions you have?
I don't have anything particular. Other council members?
Well, just real briefly, John,
Yeah,
you're
Rick?
doing well, it's been a while. The May 24 report you guys published was concurrent with one we had as a housing study, EPS, and also Mountain West, West Mountain Housing Group.
Yep.
You know, they're all coming to the same conclusion, so I think that it's verifiable out there now that the work you're doing, the work that our group's doing, EPS and this group here in town, everybody, Garfield County, the work that Aspen Journalism has done with the I-70 corridor. And then earlier tonight, we learned that Eagle County, Dotsero was maybe being looked at as a potential contributor to the Roaring Fork Valley workforce. So now we used to think of Aspen to Glenwood, now we're thinking from Glenwood to Grand Junction and Glenwood to Dotsero Eagle. So I think it's remarkable. So that's where I've been drawn into it a little bit more lately, is that kind of thinking.
Yeah. Go ahead, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I think
Comment.
what you refer to, I have a couple reports in front of me that, you know, we do have this 2023 Workforce Housing Report, which I think you were sharing. This is online under Member Services. We do have copies of it left if you'd like that. We did have an earlier report from 2020 that I know that committee over there did get a hold of about how there's some specific housing needs for seniors and whatnot. And then, I didn't catch quite if you referred to this, but we did this mountain migration report, which really came out of conversations with managers. I interviewed all 30 of the managers, including Ryan, twice during the COVID year, and really we then hired this set of consultants to sort of test our assumptions. It was a very interesting year, and people are still referring to this document. And I think I shared, Ryan, have you shared the elected officials workbook with these guys, at least a couple new ones that were there?
Not with the new ones. The older ones had it from when you had that given to them at the retreat.
Yeah, we still have copies of that too, and all of these reports are also available. If you're not a paper a tree killer like I am, on our website. So yeah, maybe this is a good time for me to briefly share what. Go ahead. Is someone trying to talk there?
Nope. Go
Someone
ahead.
sneezed, you're good.
Okay, all right. So I have a little weird view. I can't see. Oh, there I can see, I guess, what I'm sharing with you there. So, our website, just generally speaking and navigating it, we do have, resources for the council, right here, which Rick knows about. So anytime you want to, you're welcome. By the way, we have open meetings. So if there's an agenda topic that comes up, I don't know, probably just Rick and Sarah that get the agendas, but if there's something you want to contribute to or listen in on, you're more than welcome to. And so our meeting packets, probably just like yours, are here with the agendas, and there's always some interesting things here you're welcome to look at. Council clipboard's kind of an interesting area. We've sort of, just like it says, it looks like, under some different areas where there's a topic with a lot of discussion. This particular one being vehicle living, for instance. There's a variety of different, articles and things that are referenced there. If I can get back to where I just was, criminy. There we go, I think. Yeah. So, in short-term rentals, really CAST has done, the bulk of work. We do a lot of collaborative work with CAST. Some of these reports that I've referenced and the Insights Collective Community Metrics project we did this year were joint projects with CAST. Margaret, and I hope you guys are well involved with them, but Margaret is fantastic and really has a tight group. And I like to think of myself as just sort of her assistant and research arm in topics that we talk about. But short-term rentals is one of those, and there is both in that report I referenced, and I believe in here, some stories, but also the matrix of short-term rental regulations that have been done all over, so we keep that updated. So those are just a few resources at hand for those who are on the council, or those of you who are interested in what's on the council. But program by program, you know, our broadband program I talked a little bit about. You know, I don't know if you can see this little map here, but you know, many of our programs extend well beyond our core 6-county area of, you know, Summit, Eagle, Pitkin, Grand, Route, and Jackson. And so this is an example of one where Project Thor, for instance, specifically serves all these counties, and now Nate actually serves half the state. We have a little video there from him on what the program does, and you know, a little bit more about the program, some highlights, and these are some. We'd love to have a highlight about Baalt and how you're using Project Thor in the near future, but these are a few of them that were, you know, there if you want to get pumped about what we're doing with broadband. Of course, Project Thor here. There's a map. Pretty interesting how the extent of our connections with Project Thor. And the core of it is 178 miles along I-70 that we lease from CDOT between Glenwood Springs and the point of presence in Denver. But we also, unlike, you know, the problem we're trying to solve with this project was that many of these communities did not have any redundancy. They had, you know, they were one way in and one way out. So if one backhoe operator could cut off the internet for, you know, say all of Steamboat Springs for a weekend when there's a cattle auction going on, or, you know, I don't have a good example from your end of the valley, but I'm sure there were cases of that as well. So we're really excited about cobbling this thing together, and it's really been a success, and the state's really looking towards you know, maybe taking this over at some point. So for those of you who really want to geek out on that stuff, we do have this these charts that show the equipment and whatnot that's involved. Some of our other programs, our Economic Development District. Rachel, hopefully you subscribe to her newsletters as well as mine. Sorry, I got a tickle in my throat there, which some of you might remember from our time in 2022. It hasn't left. But her data center that she occupies here is really valuable. But her regular newsletters, which are, I believe, under resources here, are really excellent. Those are these resource bulletins, and she keeps very current with what's offered by different agencies, and then she also does reports regularly on these demographic trends and what's going on. Actually, I just uploaded that, and I'm not going to open that up for you right now. Our elevator inspection program covers your area. We're really proud of this program. Snowmass Village was independent, but this one too covers a good bit of the northwest corner of Colorado, and for 2,400 conveyances, you know, we consider that we basically are saving a lot of different building departments as part of an FTE of a very, very specialized position. Ryan, how many building inspectors do you guys have?
Two.
One? Two, yeah. I'm guessing they stay pretty busy. So
They are.
this is a very specialized sort of building inspector plus position. So one of our value equations is we like to make a point of doing this service on behalf of building departments really across the region. There's, you know, this is pretty interesting stuff. We've got this GIS tool that you can go in and actually look up a specific, let's see if I can get over to your area there, a specific elevator. I'm actually, Valley, let's see, we get a little closer to you guys here. You know, so these are all the elevators in Baalt. Little Snell building, you can look at their inspection report here and stay, you know, up to date. Really, this isn't so much for you guys to be interested in this, but for the building owners who want to know the status of where they're at. This is really a wonderful tool that we have here. Really excited about that, and they can, you know, pay their fees, hopefully not their fines, but we do have an enforcement program, and they can get all the forms they need here. And then our energy program, very excited about that. And I don't know if you guys are, I guess you're served by Walking Mountains, sort of, and their programs through Eagle County, but also is it Care and Core? I get confused. Which one's Garfield? Which one's Pitkin?
We're Core.
Your Core, yeah. But, you know, we're partners with them and a lot of these great programs for, the prime talent here is weatherization, the building envelope, tightening it up, and in many cases, upgrading the, not just the envelope, but the systems, the HVAC systems inside. But if you want to know more about any of these programs, and do you qualify, you know, right here it has just the basics of, you know, what the income qualifications are. But one of the things we've been doing lately is working hard on some of these other related programs that we utilize at many of the same skills, but are, you know, fee for service with a higher level income qualification level. So if you want to see if you qualified for that, it'd be great. We have gone up. Eagle County is sponsoring. I think it's moving forward. I don't know that it's in place yet. It's $7,000 per unit for us to do weatherization in units that are up to 150% of AMI, which I understand as a family of 4, the figure I heard tossed about by Doug was almost $200,000 a year. So it's not just for those who are just, you know, we're all just scraping by these days, but really proud of how our team has, you know, expanded the opportunities to serve there. Member services, I think you're maybe a little familiar with what we do, those reports that I was referring to here. Lots of great stuff from this community metrics project. This did not result in a really tight, crisp report like the ones I was talking about, but like this white paper, I can't remember, the executive summary is 30 or 40 pages. The white paper itself is like 80 or 90, and we have a slide deck. If any of you went to our economic summit in May from that and expanded, and that's the slide library right here. I'm not going to open that up, but you know, we do have access to these different reports I was pointing at that you know, hopefully you find interest in perusing. We're referring, you know, your folks who have questions about, well, what's going on with broadband across our area. This 10-year report highlights each of the local jurisdictions and what they're doing there, for instance. And this was kind of a pet project of mine, the regional survey of budgeting practices. I kind of geek out on certain things, and I got a lot of good information from your finance director. You had just gone to the ballot. I think you guys are highlighted in this in one of, let's see, I'm trying to remember what section it was. For, you know, going to the voters really with some questions for, I think it was capital projects, capital planning. Here we go, taking capital funding to the voters. So I was so impressed with what you guys were doing that, you know, did a little write-up on this for others, you know, other finance directors and other board members across the region to sort of read about what you did. I know sometimes when in the thick of things, maybe they don't feel as innovative, but my fortunate view from my experience, and you know, I did mention that I was a town manager briefly as well, 3 years. Not lucky enough to have the great tenure that Ryan's had there. He does a fantastic job from my perspective, hopefully yours too. But I have perspectives from those times, and one of the things I like to do is sort of watch for trends and things that are going on and share out good practices. So that's where things like this come about. So that's in member services reports, and of course I love testimonials. We have a foundation that hasn't been used lately, but if you guys have a community project that you'd like to take you know, private donations for, this has been for recreation paths and you know, community centers and whatnot, we can actually do a pass-through with a little fee for our management of it, and allow your private, you know, entities, individuals or companies to businesses, excuse me, to contribute to a project that you're doing and get the tax benefit for it. So that's something that's there at your, you know, as needed. I won't talk about facilitations because you guys are aware of some of the different things I've done there. Luckily, haven't done a town manager search for you guys, but I've done a number of those lately for some smaller towns. I have done both Kremling, and now for 5 years, the town of Avon has had me do a portion of their town manager evaluation, which has been fascinating, interviewing the direct reports year over year and basically writing a report for council. But I'm sure you guys have a good handle on how you do that. There in Basalt, our business loan fund called the Northwest Loan Fund. We do have all the information about applications here. I won't open up this, but there's client profiles in there. Also here, and we've done some Basalt and definitely Roaring Fork area business loans that are pretty excited. I didn't research ahead on which ones to rattle off for you, but they are there. That one's far away from you guys. And then a couple different things that we do. The Healthcare Coalition is really for all the hospitals to do emergency management planning, and so we're the fiscal officer for that. I don't know if you guys have met Jonathan Godis, who was the recent mayor of Glenwood. We hired to be a regional grants navigator. Ryan, I don't know if you guys have, if he's met with you and had any conversations trying to help connect you with any specific funding streams from the IIJA or the IRA bills.
We've had occasion to meet and then just talk generally about what his new role is and how he can assist us with grants. But then also we participated in the grant that'll be for regional charging.
Yes, really excited about that. Crossing our fingers, and would be very exciting if that came about. Mobility, so this program's gone through some different iterations, but we are helping manage the Intermountain TPR, which you guys are involved in, which helps allocate the funding from CDOT and communicate back to CDOT regional needs. And the RTCC group, which I'm trying to remember if we have a Basalt representative on that, but many of you may know Dana Wood. She's a longtime Roaring Fork person who's managing this program for us, and then Vintage here, which is our agency on aging. I am you guys in Basalt, I think out at Blue Lake maybe. No, that's a child care center. I'm trying to remember where you have a senior center, but no, it's actually at the Eagle County place in El Jabal, isn't it?
That's right.
So we contract with Eagle County and help pay for meals and bring federal funds in for that and state funds through this program and provide a whole host of direct services for clients across the region. I'm not going to rattle through theirs, but these are, if you want to look over, we do CHIP Medicare counseling and caregiver training and a lot of other things here for seniors. And then, of course, QQ, you guys are probably aware of. So I don't know if I need to talk about QQ for any of you.
That's great, John. Thanks for walking us through all of that. And I think all of us are getting the newsletters. Do you guys get those newsletters? I know I do.
I don't.
Is there a place we can go to sign up just so people can stay connected?
Yes, and off the top of my head, if you want to email me at jstavany@nwccog.org, Ryan has that. I'll make sure you get on there because I can't remember where our link is to sign up.
I'll go ahead and just email you all of the new council addresses.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. And I really enjoy and put some time into in my 8 years of doing this every month. I think I missed 1 month writing those from the director's desk, and sometimes try to be a little edgy, but always trying to be of interest. And if you guys have any topics for that, please share with me. Those are all under communications here. And in fact, that's probably where you sign up now that I'm thinking about it. So these e-newsletters is what the mayor was referring to here, where I do from the director's desk on a hot topic, and then some other issues or things of interest, hopefully, through the rest of the newsletter. Hopefully that wasn't too fast. I was trying to value your time here. 6:45.
That was pretty close. You got to cover a lot of ground there in the time, so I appreciate that. Anybody have any questions or anything for John?
Just one real quick, John. I know you convene over there in Summit County. And I just
Yeah.
wonder if you'd want to bring that show on the road over to this side of Glenwood Canyon one of these times.
I think it's worth talking about. You know, we went full virtual for a while with COVID, so we're sticking with a blended meeting. It has its ups and downs, so one of the reasons that we had challenges, we tried to go different places and do a blended meeting because of the very connections and AV and whatnot. But you know, we used to do a pretty good job of getting around. Occasionally, we'd go to Walden. I remember being in Aspen, and yeah, happy to talk. I think at our next council meeting, we're doing the schedule for the year, and we're about attendance. So people showing up and participating, and hopefully, you know, hopefully, Rick, you get something out of your time on there, and I presume Sarah does because she keeps showing up.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
hey, I'm gonna hang around for your budget a little bit, and
By all means.
believe it or not, in 25 years, I haven't gotten enough budgets, so I'll watch a little bit. But thank you for your time, and thank you for your membership and your participation in COG. It's very much appreciated.
Pleasure. All right, well, next item up, we have item 6B, which is the 2025 budget presentation. Ryan and Doug. We're pulling up the files and the sharing and all those things.
You got it?
When I want to change, I can just change.
Yes, you should.
All right, well, say, shouldn't take too long. I have
You're gonna read that whole
40
binder.
minutes. What's that?
Read the whole binder, right?
Read the whole binder, and those are my lifelines. Right? I'm old school here, so. We're gonna present the budget tonight. We're required by the state statute to present a budget, and by actually October 8th, we'll have a publication in the newspaper. 15th is our due date. We'll continue our discussions on the budget through November, and on the 26th of November, we'll be approving the budget by resolution. Years past, we did it by ordinance. We'd have 2 readings, but we're going to be doing it by resolution. Second year now, I think we're doing it by resolution. And then we'll certify the mill levy, which is the property taxes with Pitkin County and Eagle County.
Is there a public hearing with that resolution? Are we gonna do that kind of?
There'll be a formal budget hearing with a public hearing on that resolution for approval of the budget.
Yep, that sounds good.
Yep. And then we'll approve the budget, and then we'll file it with the state. Off we go.
Cool.
So that's the introductory comment. So for those who are not familiar with all the various funds we have, let's go quickly through the general fund, which is our bread and butter. This is our unrestricted cash and expenses for running the town of Basalt. We have restricted fund. They consist of like 30 separate funds, mainly RETAs. There's real estate transfer assessment funds, impact funds. There's 3 police funds. There's affordable housing. There's potpourri of funds that make up that restricted fund. Capital construction fund is the Midland project, the affordable housing initiative, and the green initiative. And we'll go through that. The water fund is the enterprise fund. It's separate. It's combined here, but it needs to stand on its own. So we present it as such. And next up is the conservation trust fund. Every time you buy a lottery ticket, there's a little percentage of it goes to back to towns, and that is actually then used for conservation and community park type activities. HOA fund is we own the Riverside Plaza right across from Jalisco. We own all of the residential units there. There are 8 of them, and we co-own the building with Deborah Ritchie and her husband Bob, and they own the first floor, which is commercial. And then we have the bond fund, which is servicing our debt, our taxable and tax exempt bonds. The mill levy that we assess on property taxes, approximately a third of it is for the debt service. So as the property tax comes in, a third of it goes over to the bond fund, and 2/3 of it stays in the general fund. All right, so that's kind of the overview of the funds. That first line, make a long story longer here in this slide here, a lot of numbers here. That first line across the board there is what I believe the fund balances will be essentially 90 days from now. We're required to show this through 12/31/24. So obviously there's another, I don't know, 85 days or whatever to go before the end of the year. And it's my best guess on what the fund balances will be. The only thing noteworthy here is that the water fund includes all the property and equipment of the fund itself. All the other fund balances are essentially cash. So if you make the adjustment for property and equipment and water fund, you subtract, say, $5 million or so, do some fast math, that the fund balances or the cash balances of the fund, all of the funds for the town would be like $29.5 million at the end of the year. Okay, then from there, we start the budget. And then we have revenue and then expenses. So in the revenue, essentially it's our taxes are our main driver of revenue. Sales tax, property tax, lodging tax, cigarette tax, motor vehicle assessments, all of that. So we'll go through some of the detail on that. We have also a source of revenue of license and permits, building licenses for mainly this BCC, Basalt River Park, Lake Modern, Park Modern. When we're building these developments, we trigger permit fees off of those properties. Going through some of the remaining items noteworthy is the other revenue. You know, we had lived on, actually before I even got here, the interest rates were 0. So we weren't, that was not even an item of income that we were concerning ourselves with. That has changed, and we had pretty good cash balances in 2024, and we're pacing $1.2 million, $1.25 million in interest income in 2024. Cash levels are declining because we're spending various things on improvements, and I believe we're going to be running with, say, $20 million of unencumbered cash for the 2025 calendar year. And I believe, well, at least the target is that we're going to earn 4% on that money. So I just did 4% on 20 to get us to 8. Okay. And then last line here before we get into expenses, we have other financing resources. We have a negative there of $500,000. When the 2024 budget was approved, we had the council had approved the deployment of reserves from the restricted fund and the general fund to cover the cost of Midland to finish off that project. And we're going to fully use that $1,350 from the restricted fund in 2024. I don't believe we're going to get to all of the items we need to in 2024. So I pulled $500,000 out of the 24 number and laid it off on 2025. So really, in effect, it's a timing difference. All right, so then looking at expenditures, we have 4 groups of expenses across the funds: payroll, operating expenses, which would be all the various departments that report into Ryan. Everybody reports into Ryan. Debt service and capital. I'll go through each of those, but just the debt service is the last page in your book. It's like 101 pages, a lot of good information in here. The last page of that. It's a reminder. We have 3 certificates of participation. It's a way of financing our town without voter approval. And we did have a Tabor refund issued in 2018, and that runs out, a 10-year Tabor note that runs out to 2029. We also have a COP that was for the Albany Park acquisition of that. We're in the 3rd year of that, so we have a couple more years to go. And then we also issued a COP for the acquisition of the land down on Original Road for the police station public works building. The 2025 budget is the last year that we'll have that as an obligation. So you see the COPs The 24-25 load on debt service is basically the same. 25, the COP for the Public Works Police Department is paid off, so it frees up like $440,000, like do quick math there. 26 is the last year for Albany Park. That's another $400,000 load that will go away. And then 27, 28, what we would have remaining is the Tabor obligation.
And Albany Park is primarily for the pool.
Correct. Correct. Yep. And then the G&O debt is just our taxable tax exempt bonds. Those were issued, those are, interest rate on those bonds were like 1%. So we're still doing pretty well, paying very little interest on those bonds. So that's debt. So let's go to payroll, and then we'll go into operating and capital. And here we go. I did a little bridge. I thought this is helpful. I always like to compare where we are, kind of where we're going, and what are the elements of payroll. This is a big item of expense. When I was doing revenue, the general fund has about $12.5 million of operating income. And we have used as our North Star, payroll being about 45% of the general fund revenue. And that's really what it's working out to be. So that's really kind of our budgeting protocol that we've been using. And you look at 24 compared to 25, everyone in the town received a 4% cost of living increase. We also added some heads primarily in the events area. And we have an open position now, but we'll be filling. But with the new heads and the cost of living of 4, shows the year-over-year increase being 6%. And then looking at the benefits, we had typically, or I say typically, but my experience here, we had a pretty good year last year on our health plan, but we did not replicate that success this year. So we did have a 13% increase in our health insurance. So that's why you see our benefit costs going up significantly. And as you increase people's pay, you're paying more FICA, you're paying more Medicare, you're paying more, workers' comp. So it's not a linear equation of just say 13%. And the additional pay is just, these are all the, items that we would pay. we don't month to month do not accrue for people leaving. For they have a accrued vacation, accrued sick, when they leave, we cash out. So we make an estimation of what that would be. And if we spend it, we spend it, and we don't. And then there's other items in here where people get a stipend for their cell phone, uniforms, some other potpourri items. Thinking if you speak a second language, you can help in that regard with our Spanish population, that we could get a per diem for that as well. So anyway, that's the head count. It's relatively flat. It's up year over year, explainable, and still within 45% of the general fund revenue.
Do we have are there going to be any premium changes for health insurance or any of the benefits?
Well, the premium, for the employee? No, there would not. Well, put it this way, if the insurance costs $100 and the town will subsidize 85% of it, so if the premium now is $110, the premium is 15% of 110. So it's up slightly,
Okay.
but the percentage hasn't changed.
Okay, good.
That makes sense.
Thanks.
Yeah, so there'll be some lift in that.
Which is
But-
normal.
Right, but it's, and then I've worked at places like when you see these things, you cut back on benefits, you change co-pays, there's a lot of different things you can do to actually manage that cost down. And the town has kept a pretty generous plan. And the whole intention of doing the salary survey last year was that we wanted to retain and reward and recruit. And we have had, we haven't had a lot of turnover, so people aren't leaving because of the pay. So I think we've checked the box on that, and we've, compared ourselves to other towns and municipalities throughout the area, and I feel like we've got a competitive pay package, and that's part of it.
That's great, yeah.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yep. It costs a lot to replace people, so turnover is not great.
No,
So,
good.
all right, so let's look at, I guess we'll just go back to revenue. You want to go back to revenue? All right, let's go back to revenue, and then we'll do some operating expenses. All right, here we go. So again, when you get behind the curtain here and see what these numbers represent. All right, so property taxes in 2023 were under the old appraisal of property. We all know that appraisal of property went higher, and as a consequence, property tax did as well. So you see that represented in the 24 number, and it's also replicated in 2025. I was concerned that there would have been some change to that increase, given Governor Polis's special session that he had this summer. Doesn't seem that that is going to affect us since we're home rule. There'll be more disclosures we need to do when we actually meet our levy, we'll certify our levy. But I did not disturb that number, and we'll continue to monitor all these things throughout the year. Next item in here that's worthy of some conversation is the sales tax. Now this number represents, we don't self-collect sales tax. The state does it for us. So all the vendors, all the various businesses send the money to the state, and the state remits it to us. That's a big chunk of the revenue. We also receive sales tax from Pitkin County, and we also receive it from Eagle County. We also receive marijuana remittances from the state. We also have a couple dispensaries in town that remit. Okay. When I look at the numbers, we got off to a pretty good little start. January, February, we were year over year higher. That momentum has ended, and we really are just treading water. And in fact, we got our number today, and it was lower. So it's not trending higher, is kind of the headline. And when I looked at this, there's like 10 different industries we capture. We have retail sales, sporting events or sporting goods, building, restaurants with and without bars. So we have things that are subject to the volatility of the economy in that category. We have like retail food, I'd say alcohol to some extent, utilities. Some of those other ones are less subject to variability because of the economy. We're stacked more like 60% more subject to a recession or problems with the economy than it's not even 50-50. So I didn't take the number and say, okay, let's just take it up 3%. Really kind of looked to see what was driving some of those numbers. And when I looked at it, just make, again, long story longer here, Pitkin County also reduced how much it was paying us on sharing its county tax. They had determined that the resolution that was in effect distributing those funds was not in accordance with the voter initiative, so they changed it, made some corrective action, and that was reflected in lower revenue that the town was being received from Pitkin County. So all in all, the number's lower, and it's really not even higher than it was in 2022, and looking at 2025. So it's not way lower, but it's lower. And it's trending lower, at least year to date. So something to keep an eye on. I think one of the things that'll work to our advantage, I think, or at least give us some tailwind, is that all of the building going on, I guess that would be north of 82 down by Willits, none of that's in the town, but the Tree Farm, the Hoffman Hotel, and all the various properties over there, whether those people are going to be here for 2 weeks or they're going to be full-time residents, they're going to be shopping somewhere. They don't have to shop at Whole Foods. They don't have to shop at City Market. They don't have to go to restaurants here in town at Baalt, but it's better than not. And then we have more development coming in. So the pie is increasing some, and we do have some, pricing with inflation being a little bit higher. So I don't want to be too dour with the number because we were making decisions on the budget. We wanted to present a balanced budget. So I didn't really want to sandbag everybody and just be real dour with the number and then say no to everything and then just over deliver. Felt like we have a pretty good number there that we're using for the current year.
What do you think?
Doug, can I say something?
Sure.
You want to go ahead?
Yeah, what are you thinking for inflation? What are you factoring in roughly?
I think it's like 3 to 4%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, if you look at the 2025 budgeted number on sales tax of 7,375, and you compare that to the 2022 actual, I believe it was in 2023 that Pitkin County did their adjustment, and that was about a $300,000 decrease to our budget. So, we're not too far off. And, I think, remember, during that COVID time, a lot of people had some extra nickels in their pocket and were spending, and we are seeing some softening generally in categories like retail. We talked about that this afternoon a little bit. So, these are, we don't know if they're trends yet, but nonetheless, as we typically try to do, and Doug talked about it, is be conservative in that number we arrive at.
Yep, so that's what we're going with. We have and by the way, this is just what the general fund's getting. Because when the money comes in from the state, we take a third of that and put it in the restricted fund. So don't think that that's all the sales tax is. It's just what the general fund's receiving. As is the property tax. Because the money going to the bond fund is from the mill levy. So the mill levy revenue and this would be your total property tax take. All right, so going through a few more items of income, franchise tax is pretty sticky. That's about $350. Some of these companies pay us monthly, some quarterly, some annually, some late. So here's your numbers. And then let's page down to building permits. This has been a very challenging number for me to predict because it's really based on when people are pulling permits. We know I work with James. Where's James? Yeah, work with James and the team, looking at what various projects are in the pipeline and when we think permits are going to be pulled. We had the BCC permit being pulled in 2025. Looks like that indications are that's going to be 2024. So if it happens in 2024, we're pulling revenue forward from 25 to 24. So in effect, it's excuse me. In effect, it's a timing difference. But nonetheless, it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to pin down what people are doing and when they're going to be pulling their permits. So that number, I have probably the least comfort with that number because I have like zero control over it. I have zero control over sales tax, but at least you can get behind the number and you kind of think about what it's going to be. But just disclosure of that. Intergovernment revenues are grants. We've had a great year developing grants, securing grants. What you see here are grants from RAFTA on Baalt Connect and the WeCycle program. So that's a big chunk of that money. That's that 392. I think there's also a core grant in there. And then that 57017 is what Chief has been able to get from Roaring Forks School District for the school resource officer that we have. That's Jason at the school. Going this page a little quicker here. Good, page down. All right, so interest revenue, we talked about that being down. And then we have the 500,000, which I told you how we just moved that middle column. You can't see that, but that middle column is really the 24 adopted budget. The one to the right of it is where we're pacing. And the one to the far right is where the 25 budget is at. So I just moved that 500 into 2025. And that assumes that we spend the entire contingency. And, Catherine has been all over the Midland project, so she can speak more about the progress of that. We've talked about moving some of that into 2025, so that's kind of revenue. Let's look at restricted, if you could. So I said the sales tax as it comes in, a third of it gets peeled off for the parks, open space, and trails. That's that 3071. It's just math. It's just a third of the general fund number for what was remitted by the state. Lodging tax is our short-term rentals and our hotels. Cigarette tax is $2 a pack, and then the other tobacco products that this tax is levied on. Not an insignificant amount of money for revenue. And then I'll cover expenses, and then we'll go back to the general fund, right, to do the expenses. Does that make sense? Is it the order we're going, Jenny?
Yep.
Okay. So,
Oh, wait, sorry.
yeah, let's just stay with because the restricted fund,
The revenue.
well, we did the revenue, but you have the expenses there too, right?
Oh,
Right, so, this is all revenue, right? So this is impact funds and what we receive in rent from our affordable housing properties and REITs, or any sort of transfer of property that within the various properties that we own throughout town. So again, I partnered with Jenny and James going through this, coming up with our best guesstimate on what these numbers are going to be. And it's just kind of really right now, our vision or what the number would look like in 2025. I think the number that was kind of standing out there, the park dedication fees, was overestimated when we put the budget together for 2024. It's based on the number of units. Like a 3-bedroom unit's going to pay more of a park dedication fee than a studio. So at the time we were making that marker as a revenue number, I don't think we knew the composition of the 65 units, which ones were going to be which. So anyway, it is what it is. So it's a little bit lower. And it assumes that we're going to be getting that money in 2024. Okay. Any questions? Still tracking? Okay. Got that look on your face like you're not sure. You're tracking, aren't you?
I'm tracking, big guy.
All right. So then we talked about personnel. We talked about that. Now we're going to be operating. So all these various departments. So what I just want to do is go through. I mean, there's like 20 different expense categories that make up 90% of what we spend our money on. So that's what I really focus my time on, candidly. And when I look at our year-over-year comparisons, I just want to call out things that I believe are noteworthy. For instance, in the legislative area, there's 3 items here that are driving our cost increase from, actually it's a decrease because we're taking more money from the lodging fund and reducing how much we're spending on events. But we haven't totally nailed that down yet. I got to take another spin on the numbers with Michelle. But the legislative area is really the green team, childcare and events. That's essentially the number. And then the green team, I just want to make a note here, is that Baalt Connect is half of that cost is shared by RAFTA, and that RAFTA grant is going away. 2025 will be the last year we have that, so that's going to leave a hole of $250-ish thousand in the budget. So at which time we'll have to decide if we want to charge for the service, do we want to cut back service, do we want to, you know, how do we want to go about funding, or do we just want to fund it out of the general fund? But that'll be a decision for, not today, but for, I guess next year when we do the budget. Let's see, and then moving through here, there's not a big increase in administrative. There's a lot of money in there because we got the town attorney, we outsource our IT department. We have a lot of software that we have license fees for our accounting. This GovOS isn't cheap, but it's worth it. We have, or ClearGov rather, is for the budgeting. GovOS is for our short-term licensing. So there's a lot of licensing that's embedded in that number, along with things like CIRSA, our insurance. That's a couple $100,000. So, and that's not going down. As more claims come through, we're seeing that the deductibles are increasing, particularly in law enforcement. So that's just an increase. It's just another increase in costs. It's like I talked to you about how we would do that on our benefits for health, change deductibles, co-pays. That's what CIRSA is doing to us. They're making deductibles higher to keep the costs lower, or to share, or basically pass on the increases to us. And that is happening. Planning is up year over year. I think we're going to net out 125 for the year. We're going to do it at 340. This is really 3 reasons for that. One is I talked about grants. Michelle's team got that $92,000 grant from DOLA for the, really what in effect would be a grant writer who will help her on parcel 2E, I believe, is your vision. So the expenses here and the revenue is above the line. So from an economic standpoint, it's money in, money out. It just shows an increase, but just want to be able to explain that. We also had $10,000 for code amendments in the 24 budget. We're taking that up to $100,000, and we wanted to put more energy and effort into getting our code amendments up to snuff. Okay? And then last but not least, we have that core. We used to just pay a membership fee for core. They have changed their model to a fee-for-service. He was in here, I think, several weeks ago. They were kind of doing a fee-for-service model now, so that's, means it's more. I mean, they weren't making it our membership fee, so they're making it by fee-for-service. So we have a couple of projects that they're going to be working with us on. That's really the reason why planning is higher. Municipal buildings, flat, police department, you know, chief is I'll say he is the best department head, next to me, of course. That's all over his numbers. And I think what we're seeing increases here is that Pitkin County is pushing through their dispatch charges. It's really cheaper than what we could do for ourselves, but it's just kind of take it for what they charge us. The other thing is that we're going to be enforcing a parking limit, a 2-hour limit. We're going to think about how it gets done. We had talked about doing it this year, but then the decision was let's wait until Midland gets done. When it's done, then we can now look at the 2-hour limit. Maybe it's a 3-hour limit. Maybe it's something there's some thought there that needs to go into that. But there's $75,000 in there. That's why part of that increase is happening.
That's the subscription is the 75K?
Well, it's not a subscription. It's like a company that will actually enforce our parking.
We pay them a flat rate, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's offsets for revenue that we would get, that would be earned.
Yeah, so we get
Fines, right. And then streets, you'll see streets is going higher. This really is about snow removal. I mean, we do concrete maintenance and snow removal. We just, in your consent agenda, you had a $95,000 resolution for snow away for $95,000. We didn't want to vitiate the contract, the warranty for Midland. So we wanted to do the snow removal ourselves during the warranty period. So that's going to cost us $95,000. I don't think that's a recurring annual expense because I don't think once the warranty period's over, I don't think we necessarily need to be outsourcing the streets. I think we could do the streets. I think the sidewalks are a different story, but to be determined.
What's the warranty period? Is it 3 years?
1 year.
1 year.
They wanted something. I didn't want to do 3 years. So it's the same vendor that we use for Willits.
Yeah, so no way.
Yeah. So that's the headline there. You see that public gardens also increase. We have increased footprint across the town. We have Baalt River Park. We have Stotts Mill. We got some property coming in there. We've spruced up the spur. We're going to have a gardening need for the spur because we're going to have plants in the middle. We're going to have hanging baskets. So there's going to be some investment there that we're making. So that's principally the lift. You know, it's increase your footprint. It's going to cost you more. And it's really an outsourced event. We go to Good Earth for much of that work. And tree management's another thing we spend our money on with Savitry, and I guess it's Savitry, and a few other vendors. So that's kind of our increases. Let's finish with capital. So capital, this is soup to nuts. This is everything we've got in the pipeline, more than we can do. And I'm just going to go through some of the items that I felt are new, noteworthy of some comments. 5 minutes here, I'll get back on track. So with the Baalt River Park Parcel E, this is the lot that's right by Free Range Kitchen. It's really the Stutzman staging area, so they'll be out of there relatively soon, or at some point. And when they're done, Michelle and her team had come up with the putting a golf thing in there as a temporary, maybe permanent. So that's going in.
Not permanent,
Not permanent.
Well, in
temporary.
the middle of all those numbers, there was putt-putt golf, so that's kind
But putt golf.
of coming in there.
Well, you know what I thought, that thing, we can actually build 2 stories. So I thought you'd have the back 9 on the front. I thought we'd just do the first, second floor, and then you just go upstairs and do the back 9. And then you have 18 holes, not 9.
Like a fish or something.
Yeah, yeah.
We could have some themed stuff.
And then you could have like
I
a
think there'll be some.
concession areas, you could sell ice cream up there, popcorn, it'd be a hit. So anyway. All right, we're digressing here. So the other 3 things that have been in our budget year over year. Municipal buildings, the only thing I want to mention here is that there's a marker in here for the annexation of the land by the original road, which is the Police Department Public Works Building. We were hopeful that that would be a cursory review, but it sounds as if it's going to be a thorough review. So we put $200,000 in as a marker. Whether we get to it or not, 2025 remains something that needs to be done because the land is on town property and it's also in, I guess, unincorporated Eagle, right?
And that's the umbrella property specifically, correct?
Right,
Okay.
right. So that makes sense for it to be in town limit, kind of play by the rules, do traffic study and all that jazz. So, we have Public Works. This is a pickup truck for one of Boyd's colleagues. And then looking at streets, I think a couple things here. We're gonna, if we do the car wash, these car wash gentlemen that are doing the Big O Tire car wash, they've been back a couple different times looking for an extension, right? So if they pull the trigger, we'll have to buy that right away, and that'll be an expense item for us for making that whole thing come to fruition. So we have it in there as a budget item, and it's up to them whether or not they pull the trigger. We'll see what happens. We're going to do some work on that south side traffic calming. I think the long-range view there is to put a roundabout on the south side, open up some development area on the south side, improve traffic flow. So that'll be a lift when that comes about. That'll be a heavy amount of money going into that. And it'll be a spec project too. I think we'll probably get back much of it from the developer, but it's going to be done on spec. Streets maintenance improvements, simply what we've had in the past. And then we're going to put a sidewalk in our Two Rivers Road by 7-Eleven. Just go straight up right across from the school. Swimming pool, there's a few miscellaneous projects, nothing remarkable. I think some of the pool chairs are falling apart. So we're kind of like, okay, we'll go ahead and get some replacements for some of the, I guess they don't last forever. So, and then there's a replacement for the robotic pool. There's a leak. So we had to break up some concrete and fix that. And it's out of warranty. So some work we need to do. Affordable housing, we have a marker in here for $10,000. As a reminder, we have 14 units. Most of them are within HOAs, so a lot of the, Ryan pointed this out, a lot of the maintenance is embedded in the HOA fee we pay. But nonetheless, $10,000 is not a lot of money considering you got 14 units. And, it's an undercapitalized expense would be my view of the item. And that, we have 10,000 in here, and what we do is when people move out, we then make improvements to the property. As we build things and as we own things outright, like the Stotts Mill, I guess there's going to be an HOA over there. There's probably be some protection for HOAs, but we have direct ownership, and if it's not within an HOA, we're going to probably have to increase that maintenance cost. But you can't take your units from 14 to what's it going to be? 14 plus 8 is 22. Plus you're going to build 2 more over in Stotts Mill, so you have 24. You can't have 24 pieces of property and not have anything for maintenance or capital improvements. Police department. This is Chief getting his fleet replaced. This is a serial number within the budget. We also do some upgrades from Motorola. They got a great business model. They don't support the old model. They just make you buy a new radio. So they know how to do it.
Is that 5,000? That's a K on the end of the 5,000. This is 5.
Which one?
That number is just 5,000 period, right? That K is a typo or something?
Oh, yes,
Oh,
that's,
yes.
it's 5,000
Oh, yes.
for the sale of existing assets.
Yes, big typo.
I was like, that was the kind of number like in a 10K or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Normally, Ryan is the one that points those things out.
I didn't see that.
He must have been having an off day, and as well as myself. So anyway, moving into post-open sale trails. There's probably 30, 35 projects here, and we never spend all of that money within this area. And when you look through some of these things, I'm just going to point some of the highlights. So we have some work over by the pool, the barn restoration, the kilns. We're going to be doing some restoration there as well. Still work at Baalt River Park, the staging area. Confluence Park intersection, that's a big item. That will be happening this year, 2025. Moving through, like these smaller ones, I don't know if we really need to come. Old Pond Park, we had a resolution on this earlier in the year to do some design engineering on just the, I guess the silt in the pond along with circulation is suboptimal. And it's intended to be a fishing hole for kids, right? So there's some work done to improve the circulation and improve silt flow, whatnot. So that's likely going to be more than 100,000. But for the starters, for this year, we have 100. A few other things. We're going to work on that vault by the Triangle Park staging area. This water irrigation improvements. Wildfire mitigation is new. We had some money. They were actually just in here, I don't know, last month. I think it was last month. Right, with Chris Beiser and the gentleman from CPW, looking through that. So we've got that. That's a good investment. So we got money going into that. And then Will's wayfinding. I mean, there's a lot there. That post project is a heavy list there. A lot of projects there. All right, so winding up here, running along. Capital construction. All right, so just a word here. Past was Midland, the green projects. Now we're just really focusing on affordable housing. So you have up here on the board 3 projects currently underway. One is the Cypress Meadows Parcel 2E. I think that's, I got a 50-50 chance here. I think that's the one by by Taka. Okay? Right. So we have that. We also signed a resolution for Knuff for 363. So I'm thinking that we're going to spend 50 or so in 2024, and we're going to let the portion roll into 2025. Then we've got Parcel 9, that's the rugby field. This is what we did the resolution with Group Z for 309, and we're taking it down, we think that, or 307 rather. So I think we're going to spend 75, took it down to 232. So essentially like we did with Midland, kind of straddle the year, timing difference. And then last but not least, we had the Stotts Mill design bill with R.A. Nelson. They're the same contractor that did the daycare. We had the design bill for $1,778,000, and I believe we're going to be into it for $500,000. I just made that number up. I don't know if they even laid the concrete, they dug the hole yet. I don't know where they're at with it. So I just made that up. But I know we're on the hook for $1,778,000. And if we looks like we won't be spending it all, I'll just do a budget amendment towards the end of the year, just moving it around. I won't be increasing the amount. I'll just be moving it when it actually gets paid for. And now we're really getting close to the end, fortunately, is the strategic acquisitions. We had $1 million as a marker. I don't know, Ryan, if you want to say anything more about the donation, but we have that as an earmarked number. Something comes to fruition as a Baalt opportunity, we'd be standing by our commitment to fund that. Midland Avenue is just our timing difference with capital. And then Water Department. One thing I want to say here is, we had that JVA study done. It was adopted by council. A lot of time went into that. A lot of hard work. And, looked at source, looked at treatment, looked at distribution. I think source and treatment were not areas of huge concern, more distribution. And we have old water meters, right? And we need to get those replaced, end of life. And they're harder, the ones we have are harder to replace because they're not, it's just like Motorola. They're not servicing these things, right? So you gotta buy a new meter. So this has been the project's been a slow roll. And I know Boyd and his team, Water Department, have been looking at various opportunities with the Neptune, Camstrut. We were looking at cellular options. We're looking at mechanical pumps with Metron. We're looking across the gamut. The idea was that we would look at the field, narrow the field, and actually demo some and actually see how they work. And not from only the perspective of the operator, but from the consumer, and actually from the person issuing the bill and having the interface with the customer. So it's 3 different paradigms that we'd be looking at making this decision. And then from that, the hope, or the plan, hope isn't a plan, the plan would be to come up with a JD Power type presentation, say here are the 5, 6, 7 things that we're really wanting in this meter. It's a big project, and here are the ones that come up short, here are ones that are not, and then we make a decision, and then move forward. So, I think that's, are we at the end of the road? Okay, so a little long. So that's all I've got. I think you go back to the fund summary, go back to where we began. You know, you see with all the puts and takes of the revenue and the expense, we're going to be spending down $500,000 in the general fund. It's essentially the Midland money. If we do every post project, we'll be spending $734,000, but we won't. So I just don't believe we will. All right. So you surprised me, but I don't believe so. And the main spend is in the capital construction fund. This is the affordable housing initiatives. And then just quickly, the conservation trust fund, you see this $200,000. You know, we looked at this irrigation project for the cemetery, and it's just not, it's a need we haven't really adequately addressed. We got some crazy, stupid number bid. It was, I don't know how much it was. We only got one bid. It was like $500,000. So we said, thank you, but we're not going that way. We're going to go a different direction. And we're coming up with Plan B. And Plan B was to, and we'll get more into it later, but the headline is that we're moving it from the general fund to the conservation trust fund because we've got this money in the conservation trust fund that we haven't used. It's accumulating. It comes in $25,000 a year. So you see in there, we've got like dry powder there of $300,000. So why take money out of the general fund when you have money that's dedicated for this purpose? So the idea was that we'd have a structurally balanced budget, that we wouldn't be spending money that we don't have, and that we'd have keep our number flush. So that's all I got. Any questions?
I think I asked all mine during, so I'm good.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Sounds like no, so,
Good. So we'll continue to work on this. I mean, there's already corrections we've already noted here, this 500, there's a few things. There's always something,
it's always something.
right?
See you next time in the cycle.
December, and we'll have a quarterly review between now and then.
Yeah.
So you'll see where we're coming out in third quarter. Okay.
Awesome, thanks,
Doug.
Doug.
Thanks, Jenny.
Thanks, Jenny, yeah. Appreciate
thanks.
all the work. All right, next up, we have to start our council actions. Item 7A, interview and appointment, Baalt Emergency Management Committee. Interview and appointment of prospective member James Larson to the BEMC. And Pam, I think you are leading this one.
Yeah, I'll be happy to introduce James Larson, self-employed resident of Baalt who has expressed an interest in participating on the Baalt Emergency Management Committee. We have 3 citizen seats on that committee, and one of them has been vacant for quite a few years, and we would love to get that filled. Mr. Larson comes to us with a background from the U.S. Coast Guard, an education in security management, and experience with FEMA's ICS, or Incident Command System, which is helpful. James attended the most recent BEMC meeting, and at that meeting, the BEMC members and staff recommended that council interview James, and if they're comfortable, appoint him to the BEMC for a 3-year term. So, Mr. Larson, this is our town council.
Nice to meet everybody.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for your willingness and your service before and your willingness to serve on this board.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was nice to come to the last committee meeting and sit down and, in the room with first responders. So it's, if you're going to be involved in government, that seems like a pretty, as a citizen, that seems like a pretty cool place to do it, So.
You got to find the place that you think is cool and it's going to energize you, and that's what we're looking for. So why do you want to do it?
Well, as you mentioned, 20 years in the Coast Guard, I grew up on emergencies, deployed for Katrina, the Haiti earthquake, and Deepwater Horizon. So I've seen the ICS work and not work. As a citizen, I think it's a responsibility to be involved with your government, and to me, I can bring my background, to that committee. If nothing else, I can at least understand what's going on. I can understand the language.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's good to have, I think your background and perspective will be complementary to the other folks on there. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Good timing. Good timing.
Well, we can see there's disasters and emergencies aren't
Wow.
spared, so.
Well, I would entertain a motion then, if no one has any.
Mayor, I move the town council appoint James Larson to the BEMC for a 3-year term to end October 8th, 2027.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Thanks, James.
Thanks.
James, we'll see you in November.
If I come back, I'll bring a PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, next up is item 7B, first reading ordinance number 19, series of 2024. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Baalt, Colorado, approving easement agreements for the Midland Streetscape Project, Graham and Riverwalk. Catherine and Jeff.
I'll introduce these. As you read the title, this is an ordinance to approve 2 easement agreements related to the Midland project. These are little pieces of the project where one is where there's some utility infrastructure that's already existing, where we're needing to add in additional utility infrastructure. This is kind of on the corner of the Coralogos Gallery building, kind of on the back side of that building, between that and the Riverwalk. That's one of the easement areas. The other easement area is to install some snow melt at the entry to the Coralogos Gallery, and that's actually going to be a temporary easement. But the utility easement, a portion of it's on that Grant Building property, and a portion of it's on the neighboring Riverwalk property. So this easement agreement would approve, or this ordinance would approve those 2 easement agreements, and we've been in conversation with the property owners, and this is kind of a little bit of a cleanup thing as the project has progressed. And Catherine, if you have anything else to add?
Yeah, no, not much else to add, and just, we just want to make sure that Coralogos Gallery has their ADA access as well maintained, so that's the purpose of that easement. And then otherwise, just making sure we have clear and permanent access to any utility infrastructure that we're installing. So.
Got it. I don't have any questions. Does anybody else?
Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 19, series of 2024 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for October 22nd, 2024.
Second.
Voice vote's cool.
Yeah, that's fine.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Jeff. Next up, item 7C, resolution number 41, series of 2024, Pitkin County ballot question 1A, affordable and workforce housing mill levy, resolution of the Town Council of Baalt, Colorado, supporting Pitkin County ballot issue question 1A, affordable and workforce housing mill levy. We have Ryan and Kelly. And Kelly, thank you for the patience sitting through.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Well, I think, Kelly, you can just take it and talk a little bit about what the ballot issue is all about.
Okay, and if I can just pass these around, maybe you guys can have a little quick postcard that summarizes everything. But thank you for your time. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry. I am a Pitkin County Commissioner, but I'm here promoting ballot issue 1A, and I am the co-chair of that committee. It is on the November 5th general election ballot that you all will receive after October 15th when they're mailed. And what Pitkin County is endeavoring to do is create a new dedicated housing fund for affordable housing. We don't currently have one. Right now, we fund some of our affordable housing projects through our Housing Mitigation Fund and through a bit of a dedication from our general fund and from our employee benefits funds. And that raises about, for this next year's budget, we're looking at about $2.6 million in the year, which is not a significant amount of money to put a big dent on housing projects. So this would be kind of a first of its kind in Pitkin County fund for that. We're hoping to raise $8.5 million per year through a dedicated mill levy. And the goal is to deliver 250 new units over the next 10 years that we would do through constructing some new ones, converting through buy downs, and also setting aside a portion of the funds to conserve what we already have. Because if I've observed anything in the affordable housing space, the one thing everybody agrees on is we should conserve and preserve what we have already built and what's already in our inventory. So we're going to create from this mill levy a set aside for a capital maintenance reserve fund. We also intend to do this through partnerships with government entities, with nonprofits, with small businesses, with housing trusts. We don't expect that we're going to do this alone. $8.5 million would be a big improvement for us, and we would have to use that as a contribution to an equity stack in a larger project, which would open up opportunities for us to partner with you, to partner with other jurisdictions like Snowmass Village. So that is what we're hoping to do. We are also looking to, it's taken us a few years to get here, and we've tailored our request based on input from the community and based on a, I think, conservative approach by the BOCC. And so we're hoping to prioritize what we're calling critical community service workers for kind of first in on the housing. And that is transit workers, emergency service like police and sheriff, and firefighters and EMTs, healthcare, child care workers and teachers, adult and child welfare workers as well. What else? I think I will stop there and see if there's any questions, but I hope you all will endorse a resolution tonight in support of this, and I welcome your participation in trying to have this passed on November 5th.
Thanks, Kelly. Questions?
I'll start, Kelly, thanks. One of the things we've been hearing as feedback from people that are coming into the community with projects is the financing for a mix of housing that includes more than 50% or 40% affordable housing is tough to get. So I've been trying to think of ways that we could bridge that gap and get these projects financed so that they start, when they think they're going to start. Because it seems like they get delayed towards the tail end of the land use process because of financing.
Right.
And that's something I'd like to get off the table early in the conversation so that we have an anticipation that these 250 units are going to land somewhere someday. So I don't know how that fits into this, but the extra revenues that you guys are going to generate could help those projects move forward. And I think that we're seeing that with Basalt's contribution to the Clark's Market project with 6 units. That helps the developer go secure what he needs to, even if maybe it's a drop in the bucket, but it's a drop. So that's one.
Yeah.
And the other one was, the housing, the population that you're talking about housing is also the ones that are on the lower end of the income bracket. So that's a challenge. And I think that's something, I think your investment down in Glenwood is a good idea.
Yeah, it is a challenge. I mean, some of the ideas that we are contemplating well, first I'll say, a few years ago, we decided to up our housing impact fee to cover 100% of the cost of housing an employee. It used to be 60%. And we decided we couldn't justify that anymore, that if someone was creating the impact, they should be paying for that whole impact. And so that has helped sort of bring in additional funds to deliver employee units through the mitigation program. One of the things that we're talking about in parallel to this is creating a housing trust where that we would appropriate some of these funds to go into a dedicated housing trust that would exist separate from the county's housing fund. But what that would do is allow us to create an organization that could leverage philanthropy in a way that we can't do now. We have had people approach the county and say, we want to donate this, we want to donate a sum of money, we want to donate some land, and there's no benefit that runs to them to do that. But by creating a trust, we would be able to leverage that type of philanthropy, while also being able to allow it to take on its own debt, separate from kind of governmental debt, allow it to access grants and loans differently from what governments can do. So we're trying to think in the most creative ways, how can we take what is a moderate request of the taxpayers and leverage that into an even bigger sum of money to help deliver this goal. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate the
There's no other
partnership
questions, yeah.
component to it, because like we were talking about with West Mountain, I mean, we're gonna have to solve this together. There's things we can do in our individual communities, but I mean, you guys having a situation where there's money and we have land, or, some combination like that, you can see possibilities opening up when people have tools in the different groups to come together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think we've done that with you all successfully and have some projects success to draw on in the past, but it's a very slow trickle.
Yeah.
And we're just recognizing that the problems were all compounded by COVID. Everything is so much more expensive, and, our workers can't afford rental or ownership housing without this type of support.
Yeah. Agreed. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, will the money raised by this mill levy in this fund be restricted to being spent in Pitkin County, or it can be spent in the region?
Not necessarily. We haven't defined that. We want it to serve workers that serve Pitkin County, but we have, through our housing policies, allowed monies to be spent elsewhere. For example, we have a employee equity fund where we partner in a purchase with an employee and deed restrict it, and that can run from parachute to no name, is sort of what we defined as that region. We've recently spent money with the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition without any requirement that that be in Pitkin County, as well as partnering with Habitat to complete the buy down of the 88-unit condo complex in Glenwood. So part of our goals are to get our workers closer to where they work. So we're always going to factor that in. Into our opportunities and priorities, but we're not limited by the ballot language.
I think it's a great measure. We're in a town where the median home price increased 63% since 2018, which only makes that considered affordable to someone making $334K or more. So the more that we can help support programs and build funds to help those teachers, nurses, childcare workers live where they work, I think the better. And this is a good tool to have in the toolbox to work on that.
And I would just add, one of the benefits to this program that's a little bit different from other dedicated sources is that it allows portability within jobs. So anyone who's sort of within that critical workforce bucket, if you had a sheriff's deputy that wanted to come and be a police officer in Baalt, it wouldn't, leaving Pitkin County wouldn't threaten that. Similarly, for a teacher who maybe is in teaching at Baalt High School and moves up to Aspen High School or vice versa, it creates a little more portability and opportunity, I think, for that workforce.
There's no other questions. I'd entertain a motion.
I gotta find it. Mayor, I move that the town council adopt resolution number 41, series of 2024.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Wonderful.
Nope. So
Thank you
go.
very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kelly.
thanks, Kelly.
All right, see y'all
Appreciate all
soon.
your work on this. All right, next up is item 7D, resolution number 42, series of 2024. Pitkin County ballot question 1C, resolution of the Town Council of Baalt, Colorado, supporting Pitkin County ballot question 1C, BOCC referred home rule charter amendment regarding Aspen Airport. And you have Ryan, Dan Bartholomew, and Bill Tomchich.
So I think the way we've choreographed.
Jordan Newman, too.
Oh, yeah, George. Hi, George. The way we've choreographed this for tonight is Dan Bartholomew was going to take the lead on just doing the presentation with the slides. And then George and Bill are here to help support on that and say a few words as well. But Dan, if you wanted to go ahead and kick off the presentation.
I guess I haven't really communicated that clearly with Dan, but I'm here just to give you a brief understanding of how this extraordinary process, community process, came to be to develop a new airport layout plan. And I say it was extraordinary because for two reasons. One is the FAA had never seen a community do a process like Pickett County did. And second, because it involved 121 community volunteers representing a broad cross-section throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. They spent 16 months in terms of working on this plan, broken up into 5 different working groups, and they came out with pretty much a consensus on over 50 objectives that are in the airport layout plan. And the main goals of those objectives are to increase safety as it is required by the FAA standard requirements for all airports, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and pollutants by at least 30%, to reduce noise by at least 30%, to monitor employments as it relates to community character, and the last one is to develop a interconnectivity mass transit system between the airport, Snowmass, Aspen, that will take vehicular trips off the road from Aspen to the airport and back. So a community process, bottom up, not top down, and we're really excited about the plan and being able to move forward with it. The plan is in the hands of the FAA right now. We expect it to come back to us probably in the next month or so with an approval. So that's sort of the background of it, and then I'll let Dan sort of show your slides.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, George. And actually, what I might do is have Bill lead off on this one, since most of the slides really deal with some of the changes to air service with the modernization of the airfield. I will, though, add on to what George was saying there, that the airport layout plan, which is hopefully soon to be approved by the Federal Aviation Administration, is sort of the precursor to the implementation of the modernization of the airfield. Everything from shifting that runway 80 feet to the west to a new terminal, that all those aspects lead to us reaching our noise and some of our emissions goals in the future. Without those, we're sort of in a feedback loop, if you will, and we'll be in how we are operating existing, where we're not going to meet some of those goals. So Bill, if you want to walk through that first slide.
Sure. Let's go ahead and advance to the next slide here. I've got 6 key takeaways that can be broadly broken down into sort of 2 categories and a call to action. We've got some good news to share, we've got some bad news to share, and we have a call to action in terms of potential resolution in support of a ballot initiative on the Pickett County ballot. You know, the good news is we're enjoying better air service than we've seen ever in the history of the Aspen Airport. This is something I've been working on for nearly the 30 years that I've been in this valley. And again, my name is Bill Tomsich. I've been here for a long time. I live 5 miles up the road, not technically within the town limits of Baalt, but I do have a Baalt, Colorado mailing address, and I live right beneath the flight path for all the arriving flights that come into the Aspen Airport, and I love it. In terms of more good news, is we're seeing more local travelers using the Aspen Airport than ever before. More than 28% of all travelers are local origination travelers traveling outbound. Any of you have experienced parking challenges at the Aspen Airport, particularly in the shoulder seasons, have probably witnessed that, but that's a good thing for locals. The bad news, Dan, I'm going to let you share most of that information. We've got a couple slides on that. The runway is in dire need of replacement. Let's go ahead to the next slide, which illustrates the breadth of the service that we have right now. We now have the 3 largest global airlines flying year-round into the Aspen Airport, except during the month of May, when we have to close down the runway for, it's going to be almost 4 weeks next year for ongoing runway maintenance. And we're connected to literally 3 of the 5 world's largest airline hubs year-round, including United's Denver hub, Delta's Atlanta hub, and both Delta and United are going to be flying from Los Angeles year-round in the fall right now, not to mention American from DFW. And during the winter, we have up to 9 cities now connected nonstop. Let's go to the next slide, and Dan, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about the runway condition and where we go from here.
Okay, thanks, Bill. So our existing runway has reached a point where it's exceeded its useful life, the pavement. We also have some underlying conditions physically that predicate the fact that we can form Band-Aids on the runway, which we're quite literally doing every year now, that are lasting maybe 12 to 24 months. Those are repairs that should normally last with proper subsurface conditions to up to 10 years. So because of that, the FAA has pulled our funding, our grant funding that we receive every year for maintenance and other things, because that investment that they're making in the runway doesn't meet those time limitations any longer. So what is going to happen next is that next year the airport will be paying out of pocket approximately $7.5 million for runway repairs. That's never fun because it's quite a hit to our budget. However, it's the only time we will get those grant funds back now, because we've reached a point where we have a modification of standard, which is really an allowance for, it's a waiver, if you will, a temporary waiver for the airport to operate with less than ideal design conditions until you reach a point where a particular piece of infrastructure, in this case the runway, reaches a point where it can no longer be maintained on its own and needs to be reconstructed. That waiver lasts to that point. We've reached that point. So now that the runway needs to be fully reconstructed, not just repaved, it needs to be a full depth reconstruction. If the FAA is going to provide funding for that, they're going to bring it up to a full safety design standard, which requires the runway moving 80 feet westward, so moving that center line 80 feet to the west. And then they'll pay for that. So until that time, they've removed our funding. What will probably likely happen is, if, other than the fact that we just need to continue maintaining that runway, that's one of our grant assurances or contractual obligations we have with the FAA, is if we don't get that moved fairly soon here, they're going to pull, at least they've discussed pulling what we call that modification of standard. And the way the modification of standard is maintained is because this county currently has an ordinance that restricts aircraft to 95-foot wingspan restriction. If the FAA pulls that modification, that ordinance essentially goes away and it opens the airport up to full group 3 standards, which is what that 80-foot shift would do. The problem is, without that 80-foot shift, to meet safety guidelines for aircraft separation on the ground, anytime an aircraft is on the runway or on approach or departure, they will have to sterilize that taxiway. That's the only way they can maintain the safety of the airfield. And that moves us from, in perfect conditions, about a 32 aircraft operation limit per hour down to 8. So if you can imagine going, 8 operations per hour, 4 departures, 4 arrivals per hour, that significantly constrains this airport. And simply constrains primarily our commercial service there, because the FAA will not prioritize general aviation and the private aircraft over commercial. So they'll all be occupying that same 8 aircraft per hour operational limitation at that point.
Dan, will you explain what sterilize the field means, and just kind of in layman's terms, like what that would mean?
Sure. So if you look at it from the fact that if an aircraft is on the runway in any portion, and by on the runway I mean also on approach on a short final, because the runway and taxiway are too close together at the current configuration, if we remove that 95-foot wingspan restriction, which FAA would force us to do if they pulled that modification, by sterilizing the taxiway means no aircraft or vehicle is allowed to be on that taxiway while any aircraft is occupying or about to occupy that runway. So that provides the proper safety separation between those 2 pieces of pavement at that time. So by sterilizing, they're saying nothing is allowed to be on that on the taxiway while anything is on the runway. So given the fact that our taxiway is 1.5 miles long, if they're sterilizing that taxiway and an aircraft needs to move from one end of the airfield to the other on that taxiway in order to depart, that delays any operations on that runway significantly and vice versa. So that's essentially what a sterilization is in this case.
Sounds operationally difficult. Thanks.
Dan, if I may suggest going to the closing slide here, because I don't think we really need to go through the timeline on the ALP. But I just wanted to conclude this presentation with a final slide talking about the Embraer E175, which SkyWest United have made an extraordinary investment in the interest of improving our air service moving forward. United is actually going to be launching the new E175 on December 3rd. The inaugural flight is scheduled to arrive at 10:45 a.m. At the list value for these 19 brand new E175s at nearly $60 million apiece, this deal is valued at over $1 billion. That SkyWest is investing. And the key point I want to close here with is we owe it to the airlines who are making this incredible investment in the future of our airport to have a safe and functional airport into the future. And some of the ideas proposed by people who don't want to see the airport improved per the current airport layout plan could put the future sustainability in jeopardy. And in closing, the item on the agenda here tonight is to support referendum 1C. And if it passes, it's going to authorize the Board of County Commissioners to use federal funds to make improvements to the airport, which really has not been updated meaningfully in over 40 years. Yes, the runway was lengthened in 2011. That's what allowed American Airlines to fly in here. But really, the gist of the issue is increasing the runway taxi separation to maintain safety. It's not about bringing bigger airplanes in here. And why vote yes on 1C? It's going to allow the terminal and the runway to be modernized. It's going to improve air safety in the air and on the ground. It'll allow the potential of welcoming quieter, cleaner aircraft. There's an example of a new aircraft that was introduced into the John Wayne Airport in 2019. It's called the Airbus A220, flown by Delta. They now operate a fleet of about 45 of these, mostly out of Salt Lake City. And the mayor of the city of Newport Beach, which is right down the departure corridor from the John Wayne Airport, actually wrote a letter to the senior VP of Delta Airlines thanking them for bringing in the Airbus A220 in 2019 because they saw a noticeable reduction in noise. This aircraft could come into the Aspen Airport as soon as the runway dimensions are improved to allow it. So with that as background information, we'll be happy to entertain any questions and allow you to discuss this resolution that's before you this evening.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. So I've been involved as an individual, not in my capacity as a member of the town council, with a whole lot of people for a better airport with George and others. So I'm obviously supportive of 1C. Just quick aside here, I got involved in public service through that visioning process before I was an elected official, being on the airport experience working group. So I saw firsthand the public process at work with, over 100 people deliberating to a degree I had never seen in my life. And I couldn't even have imagined before, as far as it was airport experience, the number of gates, where do people go on a break, et cetera, if they're working there. And I believe that process produced a great set of recommendations that informed the county commissioners as far as what the plan is, what the airport layout plan for the future is, to get all those benefits that you guys mentioned, like a greener airport, transit connectivity, things like that. Federal funding, which that runs out, if I'm not mistaken, in 2026. So we're talking in the hundreds of millions of dollars that would not be available otherwise. So I see this as a very good ballot initiative to support. I know the commissioners and everybody who's been involved put a lot of work into this. And I know growth comes up as a topic. Well, this is going to create growth, and there's going to be growth down valley. You hear all these kind of arguments. And I just want to say, people at this table control growth, right? Mm-hmm. We are the ones who control land use. We are the ones, and the voters as well, control our destiny. So the airport is a piece of infrastructure that supports what we want to do. So that's why I've been supportive of 1C, and yeah, hope you guys are too. So any other questions or comments for these guys?
I just have one question, you know, not even devil's advocate, but I feel like in all these things, you guys target the commercial side of it. When we're still not looking at like the ghost in the room of it, you know, this article I found, 83% of the traffic is private jet traffic. If we do extend the runway, does that improve flow even more? Is it going to allow even more private jets? You know, I just feel like we always talk about just one side of it, and it's kind of disconcerting when we're only talking about the smallest portion of use at the airport.
Absolutely, no question. It's actually, the percentage of private jets has actually gone down a little bit as our commercial air services improve, but it hasn't moved the needle a lot. It was 83% private jet travel as recent as 2019. It's down to 78% right now, but still, you know, 4/5 are private jet or locally based aircraft operators. The noisiest private jets are already operating at the Aspen Airport. The slightly larger private jets that could be allowed, one great example would be the Gulfstream G650, which is basically the same aircraft as the G550 that already flies here. The difference is instead of the wing tips being straight up, they're out at a 45-degree angle, which increases each wing by about 3 feet, which puts the wingspan beyond our 95-foot wingspan restriction. Those G650s, of which there are quite a few out there, I think more than 500 have already been built, they will come into the Aspen Airport if allowed, but they're also quieter. They have new engine technology, but more efficient designed wings, and they are absolutely quieter than most of the jet aircraft flying into here today. The same is true for the Bombardier Global Expresses, like the 7500. I witnessed one flying into the Eagle County Airport last January when I was gassing up at Costco, and it was the quietest aircraft that flew overhead that day. So yes, some of these newer, slightly larger aircraft will be allowed in. What I don't think are going to come in, which is what a lot of people are claiming will happen, are these private Boeing 737s, like the Boeing business jets that were really popular back in 2008 by private companies before the markets crashed. They've really fallen out of favor. Most of the Boeing BBJs are used by foreign countries, you know, for their VIP travel, like heads of state, et cetera. There are very few privately owned Boeing business jets out there today. So on the private side, what you will likely see is older, noisier jets that right now operate into the Aspen Airport because of the wingspan restriction, replaced with newer, cleaner aircraft, just like we expect to see on the commercial side.
Will it improve flow at all, or like?
Flow is always going to be a challenge at this airport, just because of the airway constraints and the fact that you've got a one-way in, one-way out operation. If there were a mix of slightly larger aircraft with larger capacity, like the Delta A220, you know, that could replace a couple of regional jets, so reduce the number of flight counts marginally. I don't think you're going to see a significant improvement on that, but it could move the needle a little bit towards the desired community goals of reducing greenhouse emissions and noise.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have one, thanks. I had the pleasure of flying in and out of here on those 14-passenger Otters about 50 years ago, and followed by the Doper 3s, if you remember those. But the one thing that I looked at when your project Next Steps is the ALP that you refer to it as? That one slide?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and George mentioned interconnected transit capabilities to service Snowmass Village, Aspen, and the airport with taking traffic off the local roads. So one of the things that we would like to see is a reduction in traffic through our local community. And I just wonder how that's all connected. The mitigation, I think, needs to be timed out as the airport improvements progress.
Go ahead, George.
I haven't seen that component yet,
Right.
concrete way.
Right, the opportunity to lessen traffic through Baalt is by allowing aircraft like Bill has talked about, the Airbus, that would provide more direct service. And so you'd have less people perhaps utilizing Eagle Airport, Denver Airport, and then having to get in a rental car to come up and back and forth. The interconnectivity goal is, again, to be able to, right now, there's less than 5% of our employments, our passengers, that utilize one of the best bus systems in the country, right? RAFTA. And because it's awkward, you know, you've got luggage, you've got kids, it's not easy. But we could develop a system that moves luggage ahead of the passengers to their final destination. So then there's a connectivity from the terminal directly to the bus station. I'm envisioning that it's going to be underground. It's going to be a movable walkway. So if you've ever been to Geneva, you get off the plane, you go downstairs, and you're on a train. So it's that type of thinking, forward thinking, that we have the opportunity to address, along with all the environmental aspects of it.
I might just add, there's so many opportunities we would have with the newly rebuilt terminal building to make it more user-friendly and more friendly to other modes of transportation. And George talked about examples that exist in Europe. There's even an example that exists here in Colorado at Denver International Airport. If you've ever taken the A-Line train from downtown or remote parking, you realize you can wheel your luggage right onto the train and then right off of there and never have to climb up a single stair step.
My question is just about the congruency of the whole thing so that it all works at the end. And, you know, the vision is great, but the terminal improvements and the runway improvements are right now.
Well, it all has to start with the runway improvement. The runway improvements are a prerequisite to all these other great things happening.
And the funding is a critical part, because right now the FAA is no longer providing any funds for restructuring of the airfield or ongoing maintenance until the county has an approved airport layout plan and is able to implement it.
That ties a bit into my question, which is, you know, kind of specifically, what are the immediate ramifications if 1C fails and the citizen ballot 200 passes? The runway clearly needs to be replaced, and that,
right.
It doesn't seem to me that you can argue that. So where does the funding come from? If not from the FAA, what's the plan?
That is a very good question and a very much unknown answer. We're in uncharted territories with respect to challenging the FAA on this. And that's why there's
Bill,
so...
maybe I can add a little bit into that. We would end up having to do, we'd have to raise landing fees. So cost of airline tickets may go up because of that. May have to raise terminal rents, so the cost of food and beverage, and again, that goes into airline ticket costs, things such as that. So there are other ways we are required contractually to maintain that runway in a safe and operable condition. So we will have to find the funding. Or from a negative funding standpoint, we may have to pull back from some projects. We're just implementing a noise project and an emissions reduction project, and those may have to be either cut away at a little bit or put on pause for a while if we have a funding issue.
Any other questions, comments? Does that entertain a motion?
Mayor, I move that the town council adopt resolution number 42, series of 2024.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
It's good to keep people
Thanks for
informed
coming.
on this stuff. All right, two left. Item 7E, public hearing and second reading ordinance number 12, series of 2024. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Baalt, Colorado, approving special reviews, site plan review, mixed-use parking reduction, and PUD amendment at 298 Park Avenue to convert 3 3-bedroom units to 6 1-bedroom units at 298 Park Avenue. James, I think you got this one.
Yeah, thank you. This is a public hearing and second reading of an ordinance on an application submitted by Stutzman Tri-Alliance. We have the applicants here this evening with us. We've got Kevin Michelson and Sonny Stutzman. The request is for a special review and minor PUD amendment, site plan review, as well as a mixed-use parking reduction to convert three-bedroom approved market rate dwelling units into 6 one-bedroom units at 298 Park Avenue in the Baalt Industrial Park. As background, it was discussed at first reading that the applicant received approval for the three-bedroom market rate units and 3 one-bedroom Category 3 deed-restricted units on the property, and that was in 2013. The land use approvals legalized the 3 deed-restricted units which were in the building furthest from Park Avenue, and then it approved the 3 three-bedroom units on the top floor of Building A, which is the building closest to Park Avenue. And as I noted, the applicant requested to convert those 3 three-bedroom units that were approved to 6 one-bedroom units. Both buildings have industrial uses on the first floor, and there's limits on those industrial uses for compatibility with the residential uses. One of the 3 units was built on the upper floor. The rest of the space on the upper floor of Building A is just kind of a core or a shell. The request, as was described, is to convert to 6 one-bedroom units. At the first reading, the council heard presentation from staff of the discussion items that we had in the packet, and they included compliance with the master plan, community housing mitigation, compatibility of the residential units in the industrial zone district, the elevator PUD amendment, which was, as a refresher, to amend the side yard setback by up to 6 inches to allow for an elevator to be incorporated into Building A. And then a mixed-use parking reduction to take it from 30 required parking spaces to 23 on the site. School land dedication and parkland dedication fees would be required. And then sustainable building regulations are required to be met in the conversion. After staff discussed the discussion items that were identified, council at first reading took applicant comments and public comments, and then ultimately approved the ordinance on first reading with the change that the Category 3 deed restricted units could remain as a Category 3. The P&Z recommended approval with the conditions that you have in your packet in the draft ordinance. So this evening, staff would recommend taking applicant comments, taking public comments as it is a public hearing, and providing council discussion. Ultimately, if you're comfortable with the conditions, you could approve the ordinance on second reading. As I noted, the one change to the ordinance since first reading is that the units that are deed restricted, the 3 units, could remain as Category 3 per the council's first reading motion. As I noted, we do have the applicants here this evening. Do you guys have any additional comments for the council?
We just want to thank you again for looking over the application and hope that you approve the ordinance as it's written. Thank you.
Good one.
Great. Thank you for coming out again, and we'll do a public hearing really quickly, most likely. So I will go ahead and open the public hearing and see if anybody in the room wants to come up and speak on this topic, or if anybody online. I see iPhone. I don't know who that is, though.
If you're online and would like to make comments on this application to the council, I will, there's one person online, the iPhone. I know we've had trouble with people using phones raising their hands, so I'm just going to allow you to talk to see if you have comments on this application.
think that's sufficient time to unmute, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to questions or comments from council.
The only thing I saw was a revision from the Basalt Fire from Brooks Dot about fire system sprinklers. I think you guys had that in, oh, that's the next one, never mind. Next application. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, on the fire district's review of this application, they required some adjustments to the parking scenario, but the applicants were able to work with the fire district to get an acceptable parking scenario.
I don't have any comments, so I would entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that Town Council adopt ordinance number 12, series of 2024 on second reading.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank
That
you
was
all very
easy.
much.
You just sat through all that for...
Thanks, everyone.
Probably
Well, it's informative, that's for sure.
informative.
We appreciate your time.
Good evening. All right, last item up is item 7F, public hearing and second reading ordinance number 18, series of 2024, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, granting special review, site plan review, mixed-use parking reduction, community housing review, and payment of cash in lieu of off-street parking for the conversion of the second floor commercial space into up to 7 residential units, 175 Midland Avenue, Basalt, Colorado. James, you got this one as well.
Yeah, thank you. We do have the applicants here this evening with us. We've got Kale LaCrue, and we've got Holly Kramer, and we've got Molly Turney from the Peak Architecture, got it. This is a public hearing and second reading of an ordinance on an application submitted by the Frying Pan Owners Association, and it is a request to convert the upper floor, and the computer's acting strange here, the upper floor of the 175 Midland building, which is known as the Iron Horse Building, into up to 7 studio residential units. The application includes special review, site plan review, community housing review, special review to waive the private open space requirement, and a mixed-use parking reduction, as well as payment of cash in lieu of parking. As described at first reading, the applicant is proposing to convert the upper floor, which is currently 7 commercial spaces. The whole building is 7 two-story commercial spaces, and they're proposing to convert the upper floor into up to 7 residential units. The property is zone C2 in the downtown zone district, and currently contains 10 to 11 parking spaces on the site, as well as a couple additional parking spaces that are on street, but are on the property, and you can see it here on the site plan. As discussed at first reading, the council heard a presentation of the discussion items that were included in the Planning and Zoning Commission's review, and I would show them to you, but their computer is locked up. But the council approved the ordinance on first reading, and per council's direction at first reading, the ordinance was amended to prohibit short-term rental. It also includes 5 years of vested rights, with a potential for the applicants to come back for an extension of vested rights if needed. The Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation was for approval with the conditions that you have in the ordinance. So this evening, staff would recommend taking applicant comments, taking public comments because it's a public hearing once again, and then providing council discussion. If you're comfortable with the conditions, you could approve the ordinance on second reading. Council had a pretty robust discussion at the last meeting on the application. So staff's not going to go back through the discussion items, but if council has questions or would like staff to go through any of the discussion items from the last meeting, be happy to. With that, do you guys have any comments as the applicants?
Yeah, we do. I just wanted to, again, my name is Haley Carmer, attorney for the applicant. I wanted to touch on just a few of the comments we heard from the last meeting and touch on a few discussion items we'd like to talk through this evening with you all. And then KL Crew has a few comments as well. First of all, we wanted to provide a little more explanation about why we're here in the first place. Some of the owners did look at ways to accomplish a conversion on a unit-by-unit basis, but the way the code is written, it had to be done on a building-wide basis. So it wouldn't be possible for one unit to just convert on its own. It had to be the special use process to look at the building. So that's why we're here as a group and why the HOA took a vote about a year ago now, and 6 of the 7 owners did approve going down this path. So it's a group effort, it has to be, and that's why we're here with this particular application. I think you all saw in your packet, one of the owners, and he spoke last time about some concerns about the HOA and how it functions generally, and you know, a lot of those issues are outside the purview of this application. You know, the focus here is on whether the proposed use is compatible and satisfies those criteria for the special review application. Those, you know, concerns are certainly noted, and that's something the HOA will work with and work through internally. But as far as this application, we feel that it stands on its merits on the materials that you've received. And also, with respect to some of the capital improvements that obviously the building needs, it's 40 years old. How the HOA budgets for that and prioritizes for that is certainly going to happen throughout this conversion process and otherwise. So that's something the HOA is obviously working on internally. So in addition to the costs that are associated with this application specifically, you know, the lift, the fire sprinklers, and then just the application process, those are all part and parcel of the rest of the budget and improvements that the HOA has to make, which is why we've asked for that extended vested rights period and the timeline on installation of the lift. So that was just kind of a couple pieces we wanted to talk about from where we were last time. And then 3 things we'd like to discuss with you this evening are the STR limitation, and then and we mentioned this last time, but we didn't really get into the details of paying the parking in lieu fee in phases, and then having the parkland fees payable similarly to the school land dedication fees, where an applicant can take or be subject to those fees as they are in effect when they go in for building permit. So touching on the STR piece first, we understand council's concerns, and it seemed like the STR issue was related to the impacts that could spill out from these units being used as STRs versus long-term, primarily on the parking piece, and maybe some other issues there. But with respect to parking, one thing the HOA could do and implement through its declaration or rules and regs is to require only business parking during business hours, and then STR or, you know, resident parking after business hours. So those are management pieces that the HOA could certainly implement to mitigate that spillage of any impact. As far as impacts within the downtown, the size of these units being 330 square feet don't lend themselves to huge units having large parties with multiple people. They are smaller, so that keeps those impacts pretty confined to those units. As far as community benefit, while there's certainly the option for each owner to rent long-term, seasonally, STRs still do have a community benefit, especially where these are located. Obviously, the lodging tax, council's well aware of that. Having folks downtown keeps the impact where we want people. Going to businesses, restaurants, things like that, you're all down. These units are downtown. There's not a similar STR product right now that would serve that role. So it keeps visitors here in town, keeps residential units in more residential neighborhoods available for longer term families, you know, keeping those STR impacts out of neighborhoods and more downtown where you'd expect them to be and prefer them to be. So sort of related to that piece, if council would be willing to consider allowing STRs, we could look at limiting the number of units within the building that are allowed to have STRs, say to 5. So the HOA could do some sort of a lottery process on a year-by-year basis, so there's not more than 5 units at a time that are being rented for STRs. So those are just some options we wanted to throw out there if council's willing to consider an alternative to the total ban on STRs with respect to the application. And then on the parking fees, the proposal would be half at the first CO for the first conversion, second half with the second unit, and then again, parkland fees, just tracking the language that's already in your ordinance for the school impact fees. And then I will hand it over to Cale for just a few final comments.
Thank you. Yeah, and I wanted to just clarify, because it seemed like last time there may have been confusion as to why we're here as a group, et cetera. So as Haley mentioned, we couldn't do individual unit conversions. So as an HOA, we had to take a vote and decide to approach the special review process as a building and as a collective group that are willing to do this. So as Haley mentioned, we took a vote. We only needed 5 out of 7 votes to be able to proceed. We got 6. And it's been, as I said, almost a 1.5 to 2 year process that we've been doing this. So we wouldn't be here if we weren't serious about it. So some of the owners of the units have owned these things for many years. I know that we've owned ours for almost 16 plus years. A few of the other unit owners have been there even longer. So we want to be able to see this building continue and thrive in downtown Basalt. So I think that's a big part of what we're trying to achieve here. So there are other unit owners here to speak their piece. I know that I got the impression last time that there was more negative commentary about it, which may have affected your thought process about it. So I encouraged all the other unit owners to come in here and say why they're standing behind this and what we're trying to do.
Good, thanks, Cale. All right, well, this is a public hearing, so I will open up the public hearing. Don't forget, 3 minutes, and make sure you sign in the back of the room. So if you'd like to make public comments, please come forward. That includes the home, anybody else who wants to make comments.
I'll go first. Hi, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. I have been wanting to convert my unit. My name's Donna Dalton. I've been wanting to convert my unit ever since I bought it 18 years ago. So I've been a long-time owner. The special review is very important to me as it is to the community. And in fact, I drove 3.5 hours, over 200 miles, took a day off of work so I could be here because I think it's that important to give you my not to exceed 3 minutes of my reasons why I'm in favor of approving this option. I bought Unit 4 in 2006 with the intention of using it as a live workspace. Back then we actually had 14 or 15 parking spots. I don't know if you all know that, but we did have 15 parking spots. And unfortunately, several were taken away. And you know, we're stuck with 10 to 11 at this point, so we're all trying to move forward with what we have. While losing those several parking spots was unfortunate, it's the situation we're in now. We're, I guess, down to, I don't know, 9 or so with the handicapped spots. So I think that's a benefit to the building and the community to have a handicapped spot along our building. Anyway, I do love living in Basalt. I lived in this community for 17 years actually, and I ran my computer consulting business. Because I couldn't live in it at that time, I bought a Bassburg townhouse and I lived up there and ran my business for many years in Unit 4. And then my parents needed help. My dad had a stroke. My mom was in the beginnings of dementia. And so I had to sell my business and I sold my Bassburg, but I kept this unit because my intention was always to come back and use it as a live workspace, and that's still my intention. I knew that I probably wouldn't be able to afford to buy back in the Bassburg. So anyway, I have a few local friends. If I didn't use it as a live workspace, I do have other friends who have approached me to use it as a live workspace. The other option is to rent the downstairs year-round and rent the upstairs during the winter to a seasonal, Aspen Ski Co. employee or something, and then I could use it during the summer Anyway, that's just another option. I understand the challenges of housing in the valley, so So I thought that would be a good option for me. Those are really my motivations. You know, I love this community. I think it's beautiful here. I really like the beautification that's going on in the downtown, and I'm really looking forward to starting my project. By the way, I did try to speak at the last 2 meetings, but I couldn't get through quickly enough before it was closed for public. So I thought it's best that I drive up and so I can see all of you in person and show my support for this project. Thank you.
Good time. Great time.
I'm good. Toastmasters, by the way.
There you go. All right, who's next?
I spoke last time, Mayor, since I've been here. I go back, I'm there every morning. I'm there 7 days.
Go ahead and state your name and address.
Oh, John Wyman. I'm in Unit 6, I manage it. I go back, I'm there 7 days a week to work just to try to make it meet. I send everyone here an email. Hopefully you've all read it. Some sign issues. They've never really tried to use it as a commercial building. And I see people get up and leave every morning that are living there still. James had them sign a paper, but they aren't notarized, they aren't affidavits, they're not legal. That's an issue I have. And then my HOA ended up with my email. Someone forwarded it to the HOA. And there were just nasty things that I was lying, making things up. I don't do that, I don't need to do that. Another person in the building, she's not here tonight, but she's worried about the cost. You know, at $150,000 for elevator, the driveway's going to be $70,000. Our drain doesn't work out back, and we're allowing people to collect trash from a laboratory next door. We had a hazmat spill. It's the second one where a barrel is broken in. It's under investigation now. There were vials of blood. I didn't find needles this time. There were needles last time. And it's just been a mess, and I think you need to send this back to an HOA that's functioning. I offered to bring in someone and actually pay for someone to run our meetings, so they were civil, and they don't seem very civil. The grading in the front of the building by Unit 1, the way the street comes down, I would beg all of you to go take a look at it. It's below the water line. It's going to be a problem. So we got a lot of issues with this building, which I think should be addressed before. I've had architects look at it. I'm not opposed to the short-term rental, but I want to run a business. And last meeting, Cale told me I could only have one business there. My lawyer, who actually works at the same firm, said, that's crazy, that's ludicrous. I could run as many. If I want to do an art gallery upstairs, I can. You know, I should be allowed to do that. And all of a sudden, I'm being told I can't have music upstairs. I have a grand piano up there already. How do we work that? No one has told me that we were talking about parking just for during the day and then at night for residents. I did a haircut at 2 in the morning. I got a call. I had an emergency. I go down. You know, so I should be allowed to work 24 hours a day in a commercial building, if I please. And I think those rights are being stepped on. Thank you.
Thanks, John. All right, who's next?
Hi, everybody. I am, if this is allowed, going to read a statement from Paul and Lou.
The first of you would...
Robin Waters. Thank you. And may I read their short statement and then go into mine?
3 minutes. Get going.
Oh, it's still only 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
And
I'm
everyone
not
can say,
gonna...
hey, I'm gonna read this.
Pardon me?
I said people can just keep saying, you know, hey, I'm gonna read this person's statement.
Well, they're an owner, it couldn't be.
I know,
Okay.
they could call it.
Okay, Ryan, got it. All right, my name is Robin Waters. I bought at unit number 7 in the back at Iron Horse in 2018. My intention was then and always has been to convert the allowable portion of the space to residential. Given the inconsistent information, at least one realtor insisting that it was already residential, I did my pre-purchase due diligence, most importantly meeting with James Lent to better understand the regulations and process for special review. James was and always has been thoughtful, professional, and patient. especially consider the number of us who have called him. Based on this study and what seemed to have been a relatively clear path forward, I decided to purchase. I've seen businesses come and go at our building and don't believe the units set back from the street visibility are ideally suited for commercial use. The property taxes at quadruple the rate of residential, the high cost of maintenance, the lack of retail rental appeal make commercial ownership especially challenging. Interest in the application process by owners wasn't high initially when I first brought it up, but when it came up again a few years ago, we all did a deep dive and studied what was involved, and 6 of 7 owners were well on board. We're a small HOA, and we didn't feel that we should force the owners of Unit 6, Pam and John, to participate as larger HOAs might have done, so those in favor have carried their share of any costs. I'm still not clear about all of John's objections, but in the long run, I believe this will help, not hurt his salon, as well as providing an extra option for them and for new owners if they decide to sell. Speaking of helping downtown businesses, I believe length of stay restrictions placed on approval would detract from the overall benefit. While I understand the critical need for housing, I think the highest best use for these particular units is as a flex space. I'd like to share my thoughts with you on this for your consideration. When I stepped in as the director of the Baalt Chamber in 2014, a depressing number of storefronts were dark and empty, and even more closing their doors. Bringing vitality back to downtown and creating long-term sustainability was among our top priorities. These spaces are just 300 square feet, a little bit more, between 3 and 4. They're ideally suited for visitors to come to town to see Baalt and the Valley and to walk around our soon-to-be even more beautiful downtown, shopping, going to restaurants, buying art, getting their hair cut. STRs sometimes get a bad rap. Haley was describing this a little bit earlier, better. But there is value in both. In case of the downtown spaces, these units provide options for visitors, singles, couples, even families of 3 at a lower rate than most offerings. This brings more tourism diversity without competing with established hotels. And 300 square feet is tough sell for most couples and families on a long-term basis. So, oh my God.
Thanks,
I didn't get to my important stuff.
You can always email it in.
Oh, I'll give you this. Yeah, you can even have a scratchy part. Anyway, thank you all so much for your consideration. I think this is going to be great regardless.
Thanks.
I'll try and beat the buzzer here, so I'll keep it brief. But my name's Rod, and I represent unit number 3. I've written a few points here. We would like the opportunity to be able to convert to live work as well. I mean, I can't think of anything better than a live work situation in the middle of the Baalt. I'm not against STRs or anything like that. Matter of fact, I'm sure all of us have stayed in Airbnbs whenever we've travelled, and rather than stay in a hotel, you'll just stay in an Airbnb because you get a better feel. Stay in someone's apartment, you get a better feel. So that's, so I'm not against them at all. And but live work is what we would sort of like to pursue. Because there's a stigma against STRs, and I think it's pretty unjustified. But I understand, some of you disagree with that as well. So I respect that. As far as the vested rights are concerned, ideally for us, 7 years would be ideal, but I understand and can live with 5 with the option of extending for a couple of years, because I mean this is a costly process, the whole deal. But the fact that the units are voted 6-1, I think that's pretty overwhelming that everyone wants to go ahead with it. If we listen to every discerning vote, the Midland Avenue project, which I think we all agree is a benefit to the town, that would, there was 350 people or whatever brought that, I don't read the paper much, but brought that in there, but this is a benefit to them as well. So there's always going to be naysayers. If I say the sky's blue, someone's going to say it's yellow, someone's going to say it's orange, everyone has their own opinion. So, but we feel that the tax revenue that it'll bring to the town for STRs is sort of worth that. But like I say, we intend to try and pursue live work. And also, if you look at it from a construction perspective, it's going to force the HOA to upgrade the building, right? Be it the ADA lift or exterior siding. We've already done the roofs. So, you know, it's going to enhance, it pushes everybody to do better. So people are always going to be against change, but change is good. Change is good. Like, this is the world we live in. Things are always changing, and I just feel that just always there's been a lot of negativity about this for some reason, just from certain corners, and it's just an opportunity. That's all it is. You know, you don't have to do it if you don't want to do it. It's just giving us the opportunity to be able to turn it into a live work. It's not going to solve the Valley's housing problem. Whether you guys vote yes or no, it's not going to solve that tonight. But it'll go some way towards giving, towards helping it. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Comments? Do we have anyone else who wants to make comments?
We had a unit owner that couldn't make it. They sent a statement for us to read. Is it okay for me to read it, or should I have Molly read it? I don't know if there's an issue with me reading it, since I'm an owner as well, so I could. But
Is that, I mean,
It's a policy of yours, so it's
to not,
to allow 3 minutes only. I mean, Molly hasn't spoken, so if she wants to do public comment, she can do public comment according to our policy.
that'd be the cleanest way to do it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
That's okay.
yeah, so Molly will read their statement. So.
Turn this down a little. Hi, I'm Molly. I work for Peak Architecture, and I'm going to read a declaration by Lou and Paul, who own Unit 2. They say, "Hi all, Paul and Lou, Unit 2. We are in favor of the residential conversion and believe it is an appropriate use of commercial space and a benefit to Baalt. When we purchased our unit in 2006, the declarations stated it was a live-work space. We are okay with either short-term or long-term rental and request a definition of time allowed for either. We believe this should be up to the individual owners. Please share this with James. Thanks, Lou and Paul Anderson."
Thank you. Anyone else interested in making public comment?
If you're online and you're the iPhone and you would like to provide public comment to the town council, we're allowing you to talk if you'd like to unmute.
All right. I'm going to assume that's a no, and therefore close the public hearing and open it up for questions and comments.
James, I have a question. Is this just a marketing thing that all these people were sold lived workspaces and they were just workspaces? Like it seems like everyone's like, I bought this because it was going to make it live work, and this person told me it was live work, but it obviously hasn't been live work, or it's not shown that way.
Well, the original building permit was just for a commercial building, and we have that in the building department. The covenants, as was provided in one of the comments, says that they can use it as either commercial or residential based on what the zoning allows. And so the zoning in the C2 zone district only allows residential on the upper floor through a special review process, which is what triggers their review.
I'm still concerned about the parking. It sounds like it sounds like it could be a really difficult situation to say, there's 7 living spaces or short-term rentals, and then there are 7 businesses. And, so that's at least 14 entities, and then we've only got 7 parking spaces. I worry that will put a burden on, Midland, on parking that is, soon to be, time restricted. And I don't, if there was a way to work that out, maybe I could see it differently, but I am concerned about how you will facilitate the parking.
Sure. So there is one spot per unit on site, plus the ADA parking space. So there would be available, and then each owner would be able, if they do live, work, and they are the ones living there, then that alleviates that problem. But the HOA can handle the management side of that where, it's signed, and this is just, one option here would be the business parking, and it's only business parking hours during business hours. It's not to say that a commercial user couldn't use their unit for whatever business hours they have. And if that particular owner didn't have residential, it wouldn't matter for their designated spot on site. So that comes down to somewhat of how the owner's going to handle what they're going to use their residential for. And so that's not, and mixed use business or buildings like this do have that shared parking concept. That's why the reduction is there in the code as well. To have that, there isn't going to be that overlap traditionally. So having at least one parking spot on site per unit will help with all of that. So you're managing your business versus your residential, and then the HOA is there to help manage and enforce those hour pieces.
Hi, I did the parking calculations for this project, and I don't know if it's clear, but this building had 4 parking spots that were taken away with the Midland Street project. And so the parking seems minimal because those 4 spots aren't there. And so I think that that's worth noting, that we've done all of the calculations and have conformed to the requirements based on those 4 spots being allocated to us as 4 additional spots in our calculations. So.
But even notwithstanding those, we still have enough for one spot on site per unit, and that's how this hour management piece works.
But I just want to make sure I have the math correct, James. The 2.89 parking space deficit includes what would be, basically the math is that the 4 spaces from the street plus the 8 spaces in the lot subtracted from what the need is 2.89, correct?
Yeah, that is what would be required to be paid in terms of cash in lieu. And that's based on the 25% reduction, though, for mixed-use projects, so.
That effectively gives credit for those.
You get credit, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. The 2.89 number is is including the 4.
Right.
Yes,
right.
Absolutely.
Like, not just
So we kind of have the practical parking versus parking count, and that's sort of the distinction I think you're making of, yes, we are being credited for those 4 spaces, but then to get
Even
to Ms.
with the
Anderson's
credit,
point, right, of how it functions with the spaces we have, that's where, we're talking about the 2 distinctions here. But we do acknowledge being credited for those 4 with respect to parking in lieu fees.
James, I guess, or the HOA, there's a lot of moving parts on this one where, they want to pay part of the parking fee now, part later. Lift doesn't go in till 4 units do it. 5-year vesting right. Is the HOA responsible to keep track of that? Are we as a town going to be responsible to keep track of that? I know it's not a lot, but it is a lot of check boxes that, I could see something just slipping through the cracks, and
Sure.
I just want to make sure that.
We as the town would be responsible if you put those requirements in the ordinance. Currently, the ordinance has the provisions about delaying the lift construction until the 4th unit, which is triggered on a building code requirement. The ordinance does not currently have in it the half of the parkland dedication fee now and half later. That would be something, if council was interested in, you'd have to add to the ordinance. in terms of the vested rights. You know, the applicant has asked for 7 years. The P&Z recommended 5 years with an extension potential. Typically, the town has tried to limit, you know, the time of vested rights as much as practical in order to accommodate code changes in the future.
Yeah, so I was going to say regarding keeping track of things. So one of the things that was brought up, so there's the parkland dedication fee and the school land dedication fee. So James and I had a conversation with Den Baumpock from the Roaring Fork School District, and essentially the way the water district associates studio units is a 0.6 multiplier to the regular price, right? And the conversation we had was applying that same 0.6 multiplier to both of those fee requirements, which everybody was open to, but the comment was they didn't want to do a special, like a special case scenario for this when all of the codes were about to be rewritten at the end of this year, to which my understanding is that same multiplying factor will be applied to those fees. So what we discussed was, when we do go through the process and putting our building permits in place, if we apply for a building permit prior to the end of the year, but we're not going to be completed or CO'd until after the new year, we would be able to have that 0.6 multiplier applied to those fees. With regards to requesting deferred payments on parking fees and other things, most of that is due to some of the cost implications that are required for this project, the ADA lift, the fire suppression system, et cetera. Just those couple of things are adding up to a substantial amount of money per unit to be able to do that. And unfortunately, timing-wise, we do have to do some repairs to the building, including the decking and the roof underneath it on the front of the building and the walkways. So there's a lot of cost impacts that are happening kind of all at the same time, which is why we're requesting some of those deferred payments also, so that the HOA, which we put together a full budget going forward to try to collect the money and make those payments so that people aren't being asked to come out of pocket $50,000 tomorrow. So the requests for these things are just to be able to help space it out, just because of the time and cost that is incurred to go through this process. So with respect to those two things, that's where that request has come from.
So let's talk about the parkland dedication. In the current ordinance, it says, you know, that you'll pay cash in lieu at the time of building permit issue for each of the individual unit conversions. And I believe you said, are you guys, that condition's fine, so we can?
That, with the caveat of it, the applicants or the owners being able to take advantage of any code changes that happen in the future, which is the code changes that might happen with respect to how those are calculated in the future. I think that language is generally in there with respect to the school land dedication. So, you know, if next year that calculation changes, then that's the calculation that applies when someone applies next year versus cementing that calculation is as it exists today. So that it would still be the case that it would be paid at the time of building permit, but just calculated in accordance with the fees and code in effect at the time the building permit is applied for.
That would need to be an additional condition, James?
You would need to adjust the condition slightly to be consistent with the school land dedication condition.
So parkland consistent with school land?
Yeah.
That would be the, okay.
And, you know, staff intends on looking at the parkland dedication fees as part of code amendments that we do here in the future. We haven't changed our parkland dedication requirements in quite some time, so that's going to be looked at.
So essentially, kind of a custom vest for those in a way.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of. Okay. And then the other one was around the parking in lieu, and I think I heard you say those fees would be first pay half on the first and half on the second.
Correct.
CO.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Okay. So those are the conditions that are. I don't have an issue with either of those, but I think you guys brought those up as something that you wanted to discuss, so I just wanted to put those out there.
And I just, from a timing perspective, just want to make sure everybody understands. So we in Unit 1 are ready to move forward with applying for a building permit immediately upon approval of the special review. And our intention is to hopefully have the building permit in hand and start work immediately so that we can get a CO as soon as possible. Who knows how long it takes, but hopefully, at least by the end of January. And then after that, I know other people that want to move forward, they're going to have to go through the same process. So just to give everybody a timeline of at least when that first one is, that's the only one that I can speak to right now.
Okay.
So, I mean, my overall hang-up still is still about the timing of issues, and I feel like I've struggled to get behind this concept. I'm not against the concept. I'm not behind it now, and that is, elevator timing, the ADA timing for one. I know it triggers after 4. It just kind of doesn't seem reasonable to me to be that 5th unit that actually wants to convert. I feel like the dots that are floating around are frankly a little scattered for me to fully support this idea. And I do think it's a good idea, but I just feel like with the short-term rental question, I know the parking issue, the elevator timing, the vested rights, it just doesn't, it's not clean enough for me to feel good about it. And I think the leader there is the accessibility to the second floor for ADA.
Yeah, I think our proposal for that is actually just following the building code requirements to have 4 units for it. And as I mentioned, the cost of adding this is substantial.
Sure.
So that's why it gives the HOA
Well, I get that,
time
like
to
the
build
cost
up
of the
the
roof,
money.
the cost of everything seems very, very substantial to me. And that's where it just seems a little gray. Everybody's got their own opinion within the HOA, I also understand that. I struggle with it. I struggle with supporting it, rather.
The questions I have on the parking, I think it's a pretty big leap to think that people are going to park there from 8 to 5 and run a business, and then people are going to come rent it and park there from 5 p.m. till 8 in the morning. I just don't see that as an opportunity for an STR. The other thing I think about is the uses and prioritizing those uses as potentially live-work, resident occupied, long-term rental, and the last thing on my list would be an STR. I don't think 6 units is going to make a significant economic difference in the town of Baalt, occupied, half the year during peak periods. I'm not sure what kind of market there is for January in Baalt or February, it's just not really there. So I kind of agree with Dieter that the process seems to be multi-steps over, to Ryan's point, the next council and the next council. And so, there's a couple things in there that probably are more technical than what I think is the right thing to do, which is allow people to develop their property the way they'd like to. And I think if you thought about how these uses would be defined and how they would be prioritized, that might help a lot.
Yeah, I'm with Rick here. I am still struggling with the parking, and here's why. I want to honor the fact that, we, to quote you guys, as the town of Baalt, took away 4 parking spaces, right? I recognize that, but so does our calculation, recognizes that as well. So I do think that has been somewhat accounted for. My struggle is in line with Rick in that I think it's unreasonable to assume that those 2 spaces could share that space, right? The residential occupier is going to have that space. And I just think that that's how that's going to work out, which then plays into pushing 7 parking spaces that were commercial onto what is now, a different parking matrix. I'm not going to say more limited because it's not. The numbers justify that. We've just pushed the parking, out. And there are plenty of other businesses on Midland that don't have off-street parking. I mean, right across the street, you've got Brick Pony and that whole block. My concern is is adding to that, right? If you have 7 of those spots that are then taken by residential units, those are 7 spots that were used commercially that those people are now parking elsewhere, not on site. So that to me is kind of the parking math that I am having trouble wrapping my head around. And as far as the STR goes, I understand why that would be an attractive option for the owners. But you're also sandwiched between the Aspinall and Basalt Mountain Inn. So to me, that kind of nightly vibrancy that you were arguing is somewhat met by the hotel options that already exist in town. And for that reason, I tend to still support limiting those and pushing more towards the live work, which I love that. I think that's a great use of this space in the core of downtown. Or seasonal workforce, style options. I agree. I mean, it's not going to be certainly not going to be a family living there. It could be a couple, but it very well is going to end up being a single person, which is an appropriate use for that size space in downtown. So, I mean, I think you're going to have a hard time getting me to budge on the STR thing, but that's just me.
I would also have a pretty hard time budging on the short-term rental front, and to me, an STR is basically like a business, right? You're creating the need for more employees to do the housekeeping or property management, and all night we've heard the need to have long-term housing for teachers and nurses and people trying to make a life in this community. And I loved the idea of the live work, even if you're there in the summer, someone seasonal is there in the winter. That makes a lot of sense to me, particularly because it's a transit connected area. But I'd have a hard time moving on short-term rentals as well.
I respond to one thing on the parking, and maybe a possible solution would be to have sort of a review of how it's functioning with the spots within, say, 6 months to a year, or I guess more so after we've got something converted, to understand how that is working, because we can't estimate that until we have the use there. So that could be another possible condition of approval, is having, that looked at after we've got at least one residential unit in there to see how it's functioning, what the management piece is, to make sure that it is, and if there are concerns, council can hear those and understand and work on a different solution. So that would just be one other consideration on the parking piece.
I don't know that we could learn a whole lot from just one unit, right, being converted.
Right, and that's the challenge, not the challenge, but that's why this is a unique project, because, we are all assuming that there is going to be a huge parking problem, but we don't know that. Just because of how each of these units is going to be used differently with respect to its residential component. So we need to have some information about how it is functioning to understand that. So maybe it's not just the first unit, but maybe the second, because then there's at least 2, and then we've paid our full parking in lieu at that point. And then having that analysis for council to consider of, is it working or is it not, and do we need to reconsider it? But that way, it does come back to you to keep some, I don't want to overburden you with that, but if that gives council some, information and feedback on how it's working.
The issues I see with that is that it kind of goes to, what Rick was alluding to as far as kicking the can just further and further down the road. And the second and bigger issue, in my opinion, is that is there even a solution to, if we approve the mixed use? That's where I'm struggling. That there is no solution. We just have to somehow get comfortable with the parking situation as it's designed.
Well, I think something I wanted to bring up is we're actually in the process of rewriting our declarations and covenants, because I think they were done on a typewriter about 45 years ago. And so we're going through that process now. We have the ability to write into these declarations restrictions to say during business hours, these parking spots are only for business use. During night, they're for residential. So we have the ability to put these things in the actual covenants and declarations of the building, since they're all being rewritten right now.
So. And then it is just back to management and enforcement, and that is where the HOA has the ability to manage its on-site spaces directly. So that's where, the check-in or the review process looks at, okay, how are you managing it? Has there been user conflicts? And we are dealing with a constrained site. I mean, we could have, a bustling retail business that's using all 7 of those on a regular basis. So I don't know that it's the residential use specifically that's the problem. And if it is a live-work unit and it's not the owner of the unit who's living there, they will have to leave for work. They'll be, that's the point of the, first of all, the reduction and just how mixed-use parking typically is evaluated, because they are different demands for different times of day for different types of uses. So all of those spaces could be consumed on a daily basis by the commercial anyway, and then you still have spillage regardless of, commercial or residential, whatever's happening in those spaces. So between enforcement, the HOA can manage and provide, and coming back or not, if you don't care about that, if that's not something that council is concerned about, it is really a management piece, and that's where the HOA has the authority to step in.
So then how would you manage, if you did, get your way about the STR, which I don't know that I'm a fan of, how would you manage that then if you're saying this is a great location for an STR because people can just walk to shops and businesses, but then where is their car going that they've driven to that STR? I mean, if they're not going to be getting in it to go anywhere because they're walking around, downtown Baalt, then where's the car?
And it's not like they've taken an Uber from the airport.
Well, there are other alternatives, but that would be part of the obligation of the owner, the rules and regulations of management of the STR is you can park here overnight, and then during the day, they are going to travel or they move the car. It's not uncommon to have parking restrictions in any Airbnb. So it's just, a management technique.
So here's where I'm at.
I can simplify something. I have zero appetite for STR in this building. And so, not that I have final say, but I think that will easily block it on the council side. So we can move on from the SDR conversation, because that's not, I think this is pitched as a live-work building. I think we all agree that it is a great use of a live-work building. I think as a short-term rental building, absolutely not, because that's not what it is. It's not, I get it's a great opportunity. I wish I had it, but it's not for that building in the heart of town with the parking situation that's there. And so I think we could easily simplify the conversation, remove that from it, and just focus on live work and all the other things that
Probably.
yeah.
So here's where I'm at. So I'm okay with the, let me make sure, right, paying the parking and lieu fees in the phases. I'd be open to an amendment for that.
David, can I just make a comment on that?
Yeah.
This ordinance is drafted so that there's a few different fees, right? It's the parking and lieu fee is due upon issuing the first building permit.
The entire parking.
The entire parking and lieu fee. And this will turn into a question for the applicant, but like the funding the elevator, I assume that the association is going to fund that payment that will then be available through the individual unit applicant at that time. That's kind of the funding plan.
Yes.
With respect to the other fees, the parkland dedication fees, those are done on a unit-by-unit basis. So, whatever the fee is at the time that the individual unit owner goes to pull a building permit, that's what it is. That's the law. We don't need to change that condition. The additional fee is the school land dedication fee. I'm not seeing in the ordinance as it's drafted that that it mirrors the parkland dedication fee or vice versa. There's some language about potential exemption from that in the future, but I just wanted to be kind of clear on what we're talking about with what the fees are, the potential amounts of them, would that be dictated by, and the timing. And so
that's a matter of law. That's not a matter of
if the fees, they're not locked. If the fees were to change between now and the time they pull a building permit, that's what the fee is going to be at the time they pull the building permit.
Okay, so that is what it is. Okay, so I won't have to talk about those two then. So here's where I'm at. I love the live-work concept. I'm all for anything that gets somebody someplace to live, because, I mean, it's come up multiple times this evening, right, in different agenda items that we need housing, right? And this would be a great opportunity for somebody who was trying to do a live-work opportunity. But you're short parking. Even best case scenario, you're short 2.89 spaces with all the credits and everything. And the only way to mitigate that, in my mind, is eliminating the possibility for short-term rentals. So it's a hard line for me. I'd be willing to support it, but not with short-term rentals.
One comment I was going to make about parking, because we actually work in the black building next to Myers Steel, so my office overlooks the whole park and ride parking lot and everything. So I know that parking lot is predominantly empty all the time, every day and every night, because I see it all the time. So just a recommendation, obviously, since we can write things into our covenants, it'd be easy to say, here are different areas that are available for parking, and it takes you 5 minutes to walk from there, whatever. But there are places to park in Basalt. Might not be on Main Street, but I think the main thing is we have 7 parking spaces, we have 7 units. To Haley's point, we've owned that space for 16 years, and we used to work right there and watch everything going on in the town, including all the chaos with parking, all the problems with snow removal, the ice buildup, people parking on the sidewalks because they didn't know where the parking spaces were. So this has been an issue in this town for decades, right? And I've also seen it that you have one business that, to Haley's point, you could have 20 people in there. You're never going to be able to facilitate enough parking to have every business filled, that there's just not enough space in the downtown core. So it's really doing the best you possibly can, regulating it as an HOA to say you have 1 parking space. So if you live there and you work there, that's yours. If you have customers that need a place to park, then you're going to need to move your car to allow space for parking. So, even just to that commercial point, that's something that's probably never going to be able to get accommodated. So we're trying to do the best we possibly can with regards to that. And again, we've been in that building long enough to see that that's been the case for 16 years.
And I think eliminating short-term rentals mitigates the issue to the point where it can be the best it possibly can. That's, essentially where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I don't think there's any have to.
No, not at all. No.
Pretty across the board on that one.
Yeah, so.
I don't know if there's any more comments.
I just have one question. You were saying with the parking fee, if we did the split, the first person would pay the 50%. If we increase that parking fee, then what happens to the second person? They have to pay the increased rate on that factor? So that'd be a factor of whatever, to 1.445 to the...
Well, it's not the person, it's the HOA.
Well, the HOA would be responsible for a more expensive.
Yes.
If it gets, okay.
It's incumbent on them to be collecting the money to pay all these fees at these certain milestones, right?
Right. I think the association would be collecting through assessments money to then be submitted at the time of an individual unit owner building permit application to cover those bulk fee payments or the elevator installation or so on and so forth.
Would it be HOA or town? Like if you wanted to combine units, that would go to HOA first, then town? Like you said, you have 650 feet unit.
There would be a need for the association to approve that prior to coming into the town and if they're going to combine units, in this case, it'd be an amendment to their condo map to do that.
And then town.
Yeah, that amendment would have to come to the town.
So you could have one giant unit on the top, as long as
Well,
it
they'd
was
have to
HOA
come-
approved and then go to the town.
They'd have to come back in and go through this again.
So,
there's a condition in the ordinance about that again, that this isn't creating separately conveyable units. And so to do that, they'd have to go through basically a subdivision process to create any additional units. Or if they're going to combine units, there'd likewise be another, I think in our code, it's actually a minor subdivision process to combine units. So there would be a process to do that.
So the other thought is that, and I've heard this from you guys, that the HOA covenants are 45 years old, written on a typewriter, that nobody can really figure out what the intent was of those covenants, or partially can't figure it out, what the uses are defined, so on. So I think this approval needs to be congruent with the HOA covenants, so that when somebody comes in to purchase a unit, the language that they're reading is the same language they're gonna see when they go to the building department. And there's no question that those are the way the process works.
Yeah.
We're trying to untangle 40 years of
Right.
did what, and so get a clean slate.
Right. And the covenants do say residential is allowed under the covenants, but as long as it's also consistent with town zoning. So it's not to say the covenants aren't clear that residential is permitted with respect to those private covenants. It's just, is it allowed with zoning? And that's why we're here
Even
tonight.
defined more.
Right, sure,
Right.
sure.
The covenants are clear enough for the purposes of this application. We take it kind of as is,
Correct.
right?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
private covenants,
Yeah.
and, yeah, exactly.
Not sure if it's of value, but there's a lot of confusion right now because this was part of the Tempranillo building, so it was like one big HOA back then. So all the unit numbers are all messed up, the addresses are messed up. We're gonna, as we go through this process, we're actually gonna be going through with Eagle County to clean everything up so that it's actually unit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because right now it's a little complicated to try to even go through the paperwork and figure out what unit's what, and with the HOA name is actually 165 Midland or something. So we're going through all that process as well. So
Mayor, I move the town council adopt ordinance number 18, series of 2024 on second reading, allowing them to split the parking pay and lieu fee into 2 payments on the first and second COs of converted
Building permits.
building permits.
Yeah,
And that's allowed.
they could do that. If it's a condition of the ordinance, you could split it up that way.
Is there a second?
Can we clarify what that means on short-term rentals? Like, do
There's
we need to
our-
specify
Restriction is
that
already
now?
in this ordinance.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. The ask was to remove it, but we firmly said no, so it's left in.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? I'll second it. So it's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's begin with Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Angela Anderson,
No.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angèle Dupré-Bouchard,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
and Dieter Schindler.
No?
Okay. Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you, council. We appreciate your efforts on this one.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thanks for all the comments, too. Appreciate you all. Oh, yeah, I got it. And I'm adjourning. This make it really clear.